There we go. Y'all hear me now? There we go. Y'all hear me now? Yeah, we gotta wait on that Ford to warm up. Unfinished. Hello, Rob. There we go. JB. Yeah, we gotta wait on that Ford to warm up. We got Dean in here. Hammer Wrench. Hello, Rob. There we go. JB. Let's see. Dr. Art's in the house. Somehow my volume ain't working. Hold on, bear with us. Somehow my mic ain't working. Let's see. Can y'all hear me now? Okie dokie. Somehow on my end I can't hear nothing. I don't know what's up with that. Let's see. Here's a link if somebody wants to hop up in here. Yeah, my camera sits on top of my screen, and our screen's as big as our flat screen TV. So positioned over here still ain't up high enough. Hello, old man in the shop. We're going to be giving away some stuff here in a little while. I'll let a few people come in and get the party started. Let me see if I can find myself on this telephone. Let's see. It says you keep on disappearing. Mm-hmm. She's on the shy side. It says you keep on disappearing. We got 13 in the room so far. Oh yeah, I forgot about Rich GT350R. He popped in there. Dr. Art. If y'all ain't checked out any of these channels, y'all head over and sub to them. Turn the volume up on yours right here. Hey Skip, how's it going, buddy?
Good, man.
Good, man. Pretty good. Can't complain. I'm still alive. That's a good thing. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I had 2 tabs going at one time.
Usually I can hear without opening up another tab, but tonight it's not even working, so I don't know what the deal is. Up another tab, but tonight it's not even working.
That was me.
We got Mater Workshop in the house. We got Cousin Mike in the house. I got kind of feedback, and I don't know why.
This one's delayed.
Yeah, maybe the doctor in here could tell us why. Let's see. We'll get this sooner or later. It might take us a couple of times to do it. We'll get this sooner or later. It might take us a couple of times to do it. Skip's good. Hey, Skip. You got your mic muted. Hey, Skip. You got your mic muted. I don't know, but it might be our speakers. We might have to.
It was me. I was trying to look at it on my phone, and I think it's picking up on my phone's mic. Let me just get out of that.
Yeah, it might be nice to have a simple button.
Right. I'm gonna do split screen. That way I can.
That's right.
Got live on one side, and I'll do YouTube on the other side.
Yeah, we just started doing live, so it's gonna take us a little while to get used to everything. Like the saying goes, you can't teach old dogs new tricks.
Right. The only lives I've done is basketball and football games, and when I was at sick week, and I was behind the camera the whole time, so I couldn't type anything.
Oh man.
Well,
Hello. Yeah. Yeah, been working on the thunder chicken today.
What'd you get done to it?
I got the cousin Mike's in the house. We got the inside ripped out. We got the started pulling the brakes off the rear end, got them off, and then took a break and come in the house for a little while because it's getting mighty hot out there.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, cousin Mike.
What rear end's under that Thunderbird? The 9-inch?
7.5.
7.5. Okay.
Trying to remember the gears in that thing.
308 maybe?
308s. Yep.
Yeah. You gonna change that or leave it like it is?
Probably going to leave it like it is right now, unless I have time to change it, and then I'll probably change that over to 8.8.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm just basically trying to get it back together and drive it around until we take a trip up there to Saxton.
Okay. You find your set of heads?
I did. I had a set of heads on a boat that had the 302 in it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got, I believe they got the GT40 heads on it.
Oh, okay.
Which I got to go back about 30 miles to be able to get them because that's where they at. I'm going to do that Saturday if it ain't raining. Of course, down here lately, we've been getting rain about 3 days out of the week. So.
Oh yeah. Whatever day you want to do something, it's gonna rain.
Oh yeah. Hey Skip, tell us about your projects you got going on.
Well, my project today was helping my 96-year-old neighbor figure out his washing machine, and he had a clog in the drain pipe.
Oh.
He probably washed his clothes in a bucket back when he was born, but I had to go over there 3 times a day and help him try to work that thing and clear the drain. So that was part of it. And the other thing was getting my golf cart running. It's been sitting for about a year, and thought the battery was bad on it, and tapped on that starter, and wouldn't you know, the thing started right up.
Holy cow.
That wouldn't been my luck.
No, it wouldn't be my luck. I'd have had to throw the whole washing machine outside.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Mine,
The golf cart, the starter had been bad, and battery had been bad, and everything. Gas was no good.
ours has got a bell sticking on it. And every time she goes away to cruise, I'm going outside.
Huh.
Yes. Me and washing machines don't get along. I think to take them out and haul them off and go get another one.
Yeah, I ain't working on one much. I ain't got the patience for them.
Not that bad.
Yeah, they just a pain to move out where they at.
Yeah.
That is true.
It's a
Yeah,
pain.
you got to be real limber where you can move it out a little bit and climb over it and get behind it.
Right. When you get over 50 that you don't move as easy as like you used to.
Well, I ain't 50 yet, and I don't move like I used to either.
That's right. That's right.
I'm going to drag that thing in the garage before I mess with it.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
trying to get the brakes done today, and I've been having trouble out of my kidneys, and every now and then I'll get sick with my stomach, and I got sick today and had to come in for a little while, and I went back out there, and then I got one side done. I said, by that time, I said, forget it. You can wait till tomorrow.
There you go. Is the master
You sure you're
cylinder
not
any
sick
good?
to your stomach for not yelling, turn it up?
Yeah. As I wanted to actually get the brakes done. Usually the brakes is the last thing I put on, but
Yeah.
just trying to get the brakes on it, and then this weekend when I get my heads, I'll get my motor put together this weekend, and hopefully Monday or Tuesday I'll get it dropped in there. Usually
The master cylinder and all on the brakes good, or you got to replace all that?
we replacing all that.
Oh yeah.
First brake pads, master cylinder, brake lines, we replaced all that. It's set up for 30 years.
Yeah.
I'm not going to chance going down the road and one of them lock up or one of the lines break on it.
Not really. I mean, cheap as a master cylinder is, it's crazy not to put them on there.
I don't know that. That's the only Ford that I've come across where every freaking thing on there is $70-something for them parts.
Oh.
Everything on it, $70 freaking dollars.
Oh, that don't sound good.
Most time the master cylinder is like $20. I think that one was
Yeah, they're cheap.
about 40 something. I think 40 or 50 bucks.
Huh.
Yeah, I bought one for that 79 F-150 four-wheel drive, and it was $20 cheaper than the one I bought for that one.
Huh. Kind of strange.
I started to make one of them fit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played it.
Yeah, I can't.
I played that intro, but I don't know why it's not got no sound.
What was it about?
Me and JB playing around with intros.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
He put one on his, and then he made one to put on mine. Kind of help him try to get him some subs.
Okay.
You need to adjust your camera. We can see half of Deborah and half of you.
Yeah. Well, it's a cheap webcam. It's better than the telephone.
Yeah. That's better. Huh.
Well, I'm kind of up in the air about getting any projects going because we just got a contract on our house and got to be out of here May 12th.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I don't want to start anything that can't finish. So,
oh man!
But I tell you what, the spot we found is 7 acres and got a pond on it, and the property needs some work. The house needs some work, and it's got space for a shop. I think I got months worth of content getting ready to get recorded.
Yeah.
Anytime you got some acreage and got a place to expand, oh yeah, it's always good.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm in the city here, and you can't do all the things I want to do in the city.
Right.
I mean, we had 7 cars last year, and of course I have a driveway. I live on the corner, so I have 2 driveways, and still didn't have enough room to park all these cars. So I need some acreage, and our house was on the market a day, and back, so it's still.
Well, shoot, you were too little for it.
Well, we were leasing a house. We stayed there almost a month would have been 3 years. We just bought us a single wide trailer, and over the next year we're gonna buy a house, and then we'll just rent this out. That's what our plan is.
Yeah,
trying to cut corners and save some money.
Absolutely.
You ain't gonna save no money building a hot rod, that's for sure.
No, you'll go broke.
You might need to get master cylinders from the junkyard.
Yeah. Yeah. I might be. That's probably I'm gonna have to go get me a gas tank at the junkyard.
Your tank in bad shape.
I might have to get Buff out here to help me cut me a place in the trunk for me, a gas tank.
You got a boat gas tank put in the back of that thing.
Yeah, but I got to drive it 428 miles. I don't want to stop 100 times to get gas.
See if you can find you an excursion out there.
Yeah.
24 gallons.
Yeah.
Boy, it hurts when you go to the gas station.
Whoa. I hate to know I had to fill one of them up.
Hi.
Oh.
You can get aluminum fuel cell pretty cheap. Them old Chinese ones, they work all right.
Yeah. Yes. That's probably what I'm going to wind up doing. And then running around here and see if I can get out of the tank. And that way, then I can calculate where my stops is going to be.
Yeah. I think the one I bought for the S10 was a 15 or 16 gallon cell. It worked $100, something like that, aluminum.
Yeah, that's not bad.
What is Chinese?
Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, exclude. That's got the 5.4 in it or 4.6.
Mine?
Yes.
6.8 V10.
Oh, it's got the big boy in it.
Yeah.
Oh, you can run 1 million miles out of that one.
Yeah, it's at 202 right now. it'll pull anything you put behind it, and it will not spin a tire unless you own wet clay, which I found out this past weekend when I turned off the asphalt onto the wet clay while it was raining and had it sideways. And then that was going up to look at that property. And we don't have clay roads here in the city. So that was a surprise.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Fun one.
Yeah. And V10s are good engines. They're good pulling engines.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. I put a V10 in the F350 last summer. It had a 99 in it and blew a hole in the block. And so I went and got an 03 and dropped it in, and I had to use the driver's manifold to keep the, I guess, the EGR functioning for that being an 09.
Right.
I tell you, it was only 35 horse difference in the 99 and the 03, but the amount of smoke it lets out the tires when you get on it with that newer motor was amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was my first big block pulling and putting it back in. And I was intimidated until I got out there and right into it. And it wasn't any harder than a V8.
Oh, man.
It's just 700 pounds. That's all.
Right. It's just heavy.
Yeah. And I found out that the dowels were in the wrong spot for the engine, the transmission, bell housing.
Right.
I got the engine back in there and couldn't get it to go together. That's when I found that out. So, but after I got that sorted, it went right in quick.
Yeah, I've been there in a situation like that before and had to pull it right back out and do it all over again.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it will make you frustrating.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you're on a time crunch to get it done. Yeah, it will frustrate you.
Right. Yeah, my time crunch was the middle of July in South Georgia.
I
didn't want to be outside.
No. I take me some all thread on when I put one in. I take me 2 pieces of all thread, probably 3.5, 4 inches long, and I put them on each side on the transmission. Screw it in, and then I'll take a motor, line and dial pin with them all threads, the pins, and it slides it right in there.
Nice.
Oh yeah, it's a lot easy that way.
I have to remember that. Everybody's got their side project and the main project. I think my main project, once I have a shop, is going to be to drop a V10 into a old 70s Ford, maybe a 60s Ford truck.
Right.
And see what it'll do.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So, but I may be a year or so away from that.
Yeah, we're gonna give JB Little Shop's turtle rim away with that 2.8. Y'all ain't seen that video of him firing that thing up?
Oh yeah.
That's a bad boy. Bad boy. Yeah, we're gonna give his turtle rim away, and then we're gonna put a 454 in his truck.
There you go.
Oh, I ain't seen him in here. I want to be heard me.
JB, he's been in here.
he's hiding.
Yeah, I spoke to him a while ago. I know he wasn't. Yeah, he was here.
Yeah, I can't wait to get the old Thunderbird back going and drive it around a little while. It's I was gonna paint
it. Got
it.
a cam and all picked out for it.
Oh yeah. I gotta have one of them in it. Cause if it don't get sideways, it'll leave. If it don't get sideways, it'll leave before No Name Nationals.
There you go. There you go.
I got the bad news today.
Come out from under you.
The football schedule came out, and I filmed them for my sons and it's the weekend of the No Name Nationals. We have a game, so there's no way that I can make it out there to meet you guys. And
man, well, you in Georgia, ain't you?
Yeah,
we're about an hour and 20 minutes from the Georgia line.
Okay, which line? Up near Tennessee?
Down close to Auburn, Alabama.
Okay.
It was about an hour and 20 minutes.
All right. Yeah, I'm all the way on the East Coast at Savannah.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Savannah's pretty, though. Oh, it's a pretty place. It's real pretty.
Yeah, it's a nice place.
It's real pretty.
Yeah, it is.
Well, from Savannah, I'm probably 6 hours right here in eastern North Carolina.
Okay.
I'm about as far as east as you can go.
Well, we went to the Outer Banks a year ago, and I didn't think I would ever stop driving.
That's a long way to nowhere.
And we took the excursion, and it's 4-wheel drive, and I was hoping that it would make it up to 4x4 through Corolla.
Oh, yeah.
But we had to drive that beach to get there, and it did it, and I was so glad because I didn't know who would pull me out.
Oh, man, there'd be more people there wanting to pull you out. You'd be surprised.
Well, I would hope that they brought a lunch because my car is 8,000 pounds, and I guess once it's buried, that's gonna be a lot of work.
Yeah, it's gonna be a mess. But you normally you drop the air pressure down about 18, 20 pounds in the tires, and you can drive that, put it in 4 low, and you can drive that thing in overdrive out there on the beach anywhere you want to go.
Yeah.
I remember years ago we left. I got a brother that lives in Delaware, and my dad drove from here all the way up there. It's like a 10.5, 11-hour drive. The only time we stopped was to get gas.
A motorable ride.
And I'm thinking, there's no way I'm driving 11 hours without stopping.
I can't. I don't have to stop and take a pee break somewhere.
Man, it felt like when we got through Atlanta, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. And it wasn't hardly no traffic. Man, it seemed like it took forever to go through South Carolina and North Carolina. Now, maybe we get through Virginia, it won't be so bad. But it took so long to get through Virginia, I was about ready to get out. Tell him to just leave me on the side of the road and let me walk.
Yeah, but the outer Hatteras, go into Hatteras from my house is 3.5 hours driving. I can take a boat and be there in 30 minutes, shooting right across the town.
Yeah.
You know, so it's easier if we go to Outer Banks, take a boat.
Yeah.
Yes.
That 2-lane was grueling, and there was no traffic in April. I can't imagine when it's tourist season.
Ooh. In the summertime, it's just backed up bumper to bumper, nowhere to park, nowhere to get. It's just aggravating.
Yeah.
Me and a friend of mine, we went down to Mobile one time for 4th of July, and there's Mr. Ford Man, Mr. Olive. Get him in here.
I'm here.
Yeah. We got down there and they had a country concert, and everybody else wanted to go to the beach and watch all the fireworks. So I told him, I said, well, I'll buy you a ticket. Let's go. Me and you go to the concert, and they can worry about the fireworks on the beach. But we both got voted not to go, so we stuck there, and it was 4 o'clock in the morning before we got out there. There was like 2.5 million people in a 10-mile radius. I mean, you couldn't even move. I said, I will never do that again.
No, that's not for me. I don't do crowds very well anyway.
Well, not that many people. Whoa. Mr. Ollie, tell us about them 2.8 V6s.
Oh, no. What do you want to know? It's not like the Chevy one, I can tell you that.
We got the Ford man in the house right there. He's got a head of knowledge.
What is it you're doing with a 2.8 liter V6?
I want me one.
Skip to the 4.0 and save yourself trouble.
Hey, I like them 4.0s too.
Yeah. I actually, a long time ago, I was playing around with the idea of putting a 4.0 crank in a 2.8 liter. I think I had it figured out where I could use I don't remember which 6 rod. It was either 206 or one of the Chevy 6s. I could use the connecting rod to deal with the crank. And I can't remember what piston I was running in it either. I wrote it all down. This was years ago. And that was before the 4.0s were really easily attained. Probably,
Right.
God, that might have been 20 years ago. I was poor. I had nothing better to do. But no, I've built a couple of them. They can run if you want. It depends how much money you want to spend.
Right. Yeah, I've seen where on one of the videos on YouTube, this guy took a 05, 06 Mustang and spent some money on it and wound up putting two turbos on it.
Jeez.
And he was pushing 550, 600 horses out of that 4.0. And I was like, I think I need to find me a 05 Mustang and throw me some turbos on it.
My son's got a 92 Ranger with a 4.0 liter in the automatic. And, I mean, Ranger, it's 4-wheel drive, extended cam, short box. And it's fairly heavy rig. And that 4.0, man, it scoots. I'm actually pretty impressed how much power that thing has.
When me and my wife got married, she had a 93 with a 4.0 in it. And it was, what was that called? It wasn't a regular Ranger. I can't remember what it was called. It had a funky design down the side of it.
Oh, it wasn't a Splash, was it?
STX.
What year was it?
A 93
Oh, yeah.
STX.
Okay.
But see, what I learned was all the STXs and the Rangers was 4-wheel drive. This truck had a 4-wheel drive VIN number, but it was 2-wheel drive.
Really?
And it was never changed out because we put it on the rack at my buddy's shop, and he's a big Ford guy, and he's like, this has never been changed out. It's still got all the factory stuff on it.
Huh.
But that truck would get sideways.
That's weird because, I mean, the chassis are completely different between the 2 and 4-wheel drives.
Right.
Huh.
But that thing would get sideways.
The 4.0 is pretty impressive. I'll give it that. And really, the 2.8, I had a couple of them, and with the right stuff done to it, and get it to breathe. That's the biggest thing. Get the damn thing to breathe. They actually have a pretty good amount of power too.
Oh yeah, that one she had, but it'd scare you. It would literally scare you. And that 05, it got back to some of our earlier videos where I redone that wreck Mustang in the front, the convertible. It had a 4.0 in it, and it would tear the ground up. It would run.
They were putting the 4.0 in the 05s?
Yeah.
I thought those were the 3.8s.
No, 4.0. Doesn't have the 4.0 in it.
That's a little new for me. I'm back here with the old 70s and 80s trash. That's kind of where my comfort zone is.
All right, I'll hold off my question for you then.
Go ahead, Skip.
Well, we got an 05 Navigator. I put the cam phasers and timing set in last summer. And now that was a challenge, and Ford Tech Make You Loco has a video series that I watched about 4 times, and it worked great. But that's not my issue. It is at about 50 miles an hour, it sounds like there's an elephant in the car. And when you're accelerating, the car will actually nosedive And then when that sound goes away, the engine will pick back up and go. And so I thought maybe it was ABS engaging. So I've changed the ABS sensors. And so I'm thinking it's torque converter shutter. That
possible. Well, the lockup unit and torque converter, there's still a lockup converter in those things. So it could be malfunctioning. At one point before lockup converters and all this crap, you could have a simple thing as the catalytic converter plugging up. I mean, I don't think that's really the case here because the caps are so much different now than they were then.
Right.
Yeah, you could have a converter problem, especially that sound you're describing, the elephant sound.
Yeah.
Does it sound like it's coming right underneath the floor where your feet are at?
I've always thought it's like front right, so I thought maybe it's the front right brake getting engaged, the ABS. But the Mark 8 that I had last summer had shutter in it, and I put the shutter fix in, and it went away like within a couple of miles.
Shutter fix?
Yeah, some additive you could buy. The Mark 8's transmissions were bad about shuttering.
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder if it's a friction modifier of some kind.
Maybe.
Huh. I never heard of shutter fix, so I wasn't sure.
You ain't getting no check engine light on it?
I mean, there is a check engine light, but we found number 8 spark plug with the strap missing. But we've replaced that. But from some of the videos I've seen that the torque converter shutter somehow can relate to a check engine light being on and causing a misfire. Now, I don't know how the two could be related.
Vibration causing the knock sensor to trip.
Right.
Yeah, probably. That's kind of the reason why I stay away from the newer stuff. My newest rig's an 03 to give you any kind of indication.
Okay.
And that's I just realized it's 20 years old now.
I don't mind some of the new stuff, but I dang sure ain't gonna be putting no timing chain on a 4.6 or 5.4.
Once you've done a couple, they're not bad.
It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. The worst part about doing it was July.
Ooh.
I done a few of them, and I ain't doing no more of them.
Yeah, the phaser thing, I think the new trick is to lock that out now. I don't know, did you put a lockout in yours?
No, I went with the Fumoco parts and put new phasers, new chains, new tensioners. Went all back forward. So we'll see how it does.
Hey, Skip, first responder said if the exhaust is clogged, put a vacuum gauge on it and see if it loosens the vacuum.
Yep.
Okay.
That'd be going back to the plug cat thing, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
But I wonder if that would happen at only a certain mile an hour.
Well, it's the engine load or heat. You build more heat, and of course, doing its catalyst thing is you're throttling it up.
Well, I do know
off the throttle.
If your converters is stopped up, you crank it up at night, let it run for a few minutes, and crawl up underneath the truck. If it turns bright red and it smells like rotten eggs, get your saws on, whack them off.
Well, I'm all about cutting it right out.
But the insides of the newer converters are so much different than the old ones that used to be like that, you know.
Right.
Now they're using all these precious metals and things like that. I don't think they react the same way. They probably do still get hot, red hot. I've never had one do that. The older ones, yeah, the 80s stuff all the time. But I don't think with the new materials they use in the newer stuff, that happens hardly at all, or well, much. I haven't seen it.
We used to have people bring their cars to the shop and say the catalytic inverter stopped up. When they leave it, we just park it around behind the shop and wait till it get dark, and we'd crank them up and run them. If they turn red, we know they were stopped up. And one guy said, "Ain't you supposed to drill a hole over there and check it that way?" I said, "No, you just crank it up and see if it turns red and smell like rotten eggs."
Right.
More than one way to skin a cat.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, and that could be its issue. I mean, we drove it for a year with it, the cam phasers acting crazy and misfiring, and it was getting like 9 miles a gallon. Now it gets 14 after it's fixed. Like, that's a great thing.
Oh yeah.
But better than 9, especially with a teenager driving it.
Keep him out of trouble though. Can't throttle dog it too much.
Well, I don't know. I think he will put it down. He's his father's son.
If y'all ain't checked out Skip's video, go over and watch his 2 kids up underneath the hood of that Ford he's got.
Yeah, that was a couple years back when they was that was under a Suburban, and they were changing out the coolant temperature sensor, and we didn't have the right tools with us, and I got so much crap from every commenter about that. And they were changing this thing with channel locks and a crescent wrench. And it should have took 5 minutes, and it took them 25. With wrong tools. So it was a lesson for them. It was also a lesson for the people that don't have the right tools that it can still be done.
That's right. That's exactly right.
So I don't feel bad about it at all.
That's exactly right. The haters and the trolls, I wouldn't pay them no attention. Just keep on going.
You work with what you got.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah. Yeah, I
I have
used to,
some fancy stuff now. Yeah. 20 years ago? No.
right. Right. It takes a while to build your toolbox. That's just like I had to go and buy a T50 hex head socket to get them seat belts out. And I told my wife, I said, I know I got one of them here somewhere. I know I got one. Went to look, and part of my tools is here at the house, and the rest of them is at my buddy's place where I've been working on that 64 Ford truck. I'm like, I'm just going to go to the parts house and buy another. So I wound up going to the parts house and getting another one. Yeah. Yeah. My wife said we're going to do the drawing right quick. London, we got some prizes. Don't hang up here and Wednesday. Hold on. There we go.
Can you see it?
Oh, that's kind of neat.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
Yeah.
And of course, I had to find one with blue. That's a Ford there. And then
We got a super clean package from Super Clean.
we're gonna give away a super clean package.
So I guess
Cousin Mike says I'm a troll and you love me.
what do you want to give away first? Blue?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, y'all ready? Y'all ready to win this one? Oh man! If you win this, you're still gonna have to hang it up in your shop, even though it is a Ford. I'll get you buying a Ford one of these days.
I don't care what color. It's an old truck. It's an old truck. It don't matter.
Let me move this around, and I can't move it too far. You're using my serial bow.
Alright. Is it upside down? Yeah. Hammer Wrench Renovations.
Hammer wrench.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yep.
Well, that's cool.
I appreciate that.
I'll set that over there. And that next one's for the red one. Let me show it again. Hold on, y'all. We ain't professionals here.
Okay.
Very cool.
Rich GT 350.
Would they be some slid back in here?
Let's see. There we go.
can't
All
read
right. Rich GT 350R. All right. I guess I get the draw for the super clean package. Well, y'all know I'm an honest person. Dakota timeout.
Right on.
Nice.
Dakota, my email's in my about page. Shoot me an email with your address, and I'll get your super clean sent out to you. Let's set that back over there. I was going to show you my super clean hat, but I think it's over yonder.
Need to get everybody's email and see, make sure they get it.
Yeah.
Prizes.
Everybody won my emails in my about page. Send me your name, your address, and your phone number, and we'll get that sent out.
That was very nice of you guys to have a giveaway.
Oh, it was something we've been planning. I put on our 1,000 giveaway out there, and Cousin Mike was the first one to get it right, and he gets my shirt. We got to still send it to him. There's our sponsor, Super Clean. So I thought that was a pretty good hat. Got red, white, and blue on it. JB says, gee, he thought he wished he'd won something. He should get something. I'm over here trying to sell his 2.8 B6 with that blower. I thought we was going to have an auction tonight. Oh. Oh, yeah, Super Clean sent us a message today about giving out boxes of Super Clean. I said that just hit at the right time.
Yeah, they're a good company.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey, that's some good stuff right there. You'll be back tomorrow, JB. I got your phone number. Remember, I can call you. You'll be back tomorrow. Oh. Yeah, London gets our first shirt. And then I gotta make some more.
Landon.
Huh?
London or Landon?
Landon. Cousin Mike.
Yeah.
I'm trying to give away unfinished project, but I ain't got no takers yet.
Will it fit in the envelope?
Yeah, we're gonna put him in an envelope. There we go. Yeah, Mike, cousin Mike, send me your email. I'll type my email.
Yeah, I'm with you, Lars. Went to banana pudding giveaway.
Right?
You're in trouble.
Let me tell you, my brother-in-law will drive 40 miles just to get her banana pudding.
Sounds like
Have
a
some at
plan.
your booth for No Name Nationals.
Do it now.
Have some of that at your booth for No Name Nationals.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to talk her into. JB says, where's the pretty?
Do you think to have more followers?
Oh. So Ollie, tell us about tell all these folks about all the pretty Fords you got out there.
It's all out there getting rained on as we speak because it hadn't stopped raining the last 3 days. Yeah, it sucks. I don't know. What'd you want to know about? What interests you?
All the ones you got in your driveway, in your shop.
About every old Ford truck you could imagine. I seem to collect a lot of them. I got a 50 I've been buying parts for. I got to put it together yet. It's sitting on my patio. You can tell I'm not married or anything when I got cars parked on the patio.
Hey, that's why I'm moving to the country.
There's a Tri-Power on my counter right there. You can kind of see it. Tri-Power for an FE.
Yep, I see it.
If I had it my way, I'd have an engine standing here too, but nah.
All my parts to the Thunderbird literally takes up. We've been changing around the living room, and it literally takes up the whole couch over there and half the floor. You have to walk around parts. I'm actually surprised my wife ain't thrown them out the back door yet.
How's that coming? Where you at on that thing?
I've got the inside stripped out. The back brakes took off. I got one side put on. And then I'll finish the other side tomorrow and get the front ones on and throw the master cylinder on it. And then next week, I'm going to pick my heads up Saturday, and then hopefully by Monday or Tuesday, I'll have it set back in, the motor set back in there.
So what heads did you end up going with?
They're either going to be E7s or the GT40 heads on the motor. Because I got a 302 that's in the boat. And it's early to mid 90s 302 that's in the boat. Because it's like 202 horsepower. And I know a camshaft by itself is not going to give it 202 horsepower. So it tells me it's either got the GT40 heads on it, the E7 heads, or the GT40P heads.
Hopefully not the P heads. Those things aren't as great as they say they are.
I hope not either. If they are, then I'll sell them and find me a set of just plain Jane E7 heads.
E7s would work. The F2s, the GT40s, those would be even better. Do you know which set you had on the boat? Did you not pull them off yet, or?
I haven't pulled them off yet. I'm gonna pull them off Saturday.
So the block's an 80 block, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, that's still the 28 ounce 50 ounce imbalance on that, right?
Right.
Okay. And what are you doing for pistons and stuff? Are you changing any of that stuff?
Just the bottom is just staying stock.
Okay. Re-ringing it?
Yeah, I'm putting rings, rod bearings, main bearings. I put the cam bearings, a new cam and lifters, new timing chain, new oil pump.
I'm trying to remember the chamber volume on the E7s. It may benefit you to go to the other ones to boost the compression up. And if you get around 9-to-1, if you can get 9-to-1, which I'm pretty sure that 80 was not even close to 9-to-1, not with the factory heads. So going to the E7s will get you closer. I think they were still an open chamber head a little bit, though. I had to look up the spec. I don't remember the 87s very well. The F2s, the GT40s, those were much smaller.
Right.
So getting that compression up would help, and then all you just run what cam? Did you already decide on cam?
Yeah, got an Edelbrock cam.
Which one?
21, 22.
21, 22.
Rich, enjoyed having you in here, Rick. Skip.
Oh, do you have to leave? Oh, shoot. Now I'm bigger. I don't want to look at myself. Let's see. 21-22. Is that the four? Come on, brain. 224 duration cam. Do you remember the specs on it? That car's light enough, and with the right gear, and I'm thinking 9-1 you can probably get away with. You could go to say a 224, 234 duration, which is a 496 512 lift, which might be the next cam up from the one you bought. And you get up into that cam, you think it's big, but I put that same cam in a couple other cars. It's got one heck of a bottom end in it for being such a big cam. And it actually has a really big bottom end in it, which is surprising because you listen to it idling, you'd think it'd be a dog off the line, but it's not.
Right.
I've run the Edelbrock cam on a couple different cars. Well, my Mustang had it, and then I put an Urson cam in it after I flattened it. I actually did flatten the Edelbrock cam, being an idiot. But yeah, it had a surprisingly stout bottom end torque to it for being what it was.
Right.
I'm trying to remember. I have to look up the 21-22. Let me see.
I got a deal on that camshaft and lifters, brand new in the box. I couldn't have brought it up. I couldn't have brought it online.
Well, you use what you got, right?
And it was brand new in the box. What I give for it, I'm like, well, I can't say no to that.
No, not nowadays, man. Parts are ridiculous.
Oh man, it's high.
Most of the stuff I have is swap meet junk, and people basically tell me, you can't run this or that. Watch me do it. I'll resurface a set of lifters, throw it on a used cam, done it 100 times over.
Oh yeah.
That's not a big deal. I used to do it all the time. Where are the specs on this thing? I'm looking at it, but it ain't giving me no specs. Let's see here. The number sounds familiar. Oh, it's Performer Plus. Yeah, that is the one I'm thinking of. Okay. 448, 472. It's pretty mild.
Yep. That's it right there. I had to think about it because it's been about a month before I opened the box on it.
Yeah, that's a little more than stock. I think you had a little more room to go with cam. I got to get something to drink. I think you probably had a little more room with cam if you had the opportunity to buy one bigger. But I get it, man. If you already got it and it's paid for, run what you brung. Okay. So with that cam, what intake you putting on it?
Edelbrock Street. What's the name of it? Actually, that one was never about give to us. We had a little help on them parts.
Nice.
Yeah, buddy of mine.
Camera lifters?
No, the camshaft, the box.
Camshaft?
Not the camshaft, the intake box. It's a Warrior intake. Street Warrior. Made by Edelbrock. Is that Edelbrock? Yeah, Edelbrock.
They keep changing their names on crap.
That's dual plane intake.
I'm willing to bet you it's a single.
I think it's a single.
Okay.
They keep changing their names on garbage. I mean, I'm used to the old Edelbrock Scorpions and crap like that, but that was the old days.
Well, I got a picture. I could look it up in a picture.
I hear you, JB.
That's bad, ain't it?
Yeah.
That's what happens when you get over 50.
Yeah. I've been over 50, 10 years.
I'm getting close to it. Way too close for my comfort.
Yeah.
No, it's a Wayland intake called Street Warrior.
Wyand. Okay. Now.
Hawaiian.
Yeah.
Yeah, Street Warrior intake. I got an Elderbrock 600 carburetor.
You don't want to know my opinion on those. He's holding the device you use them with. You make an ashtray out of the damn thing. Yeah,
Well, it was either that or using a regular 302 cast iron 250-pound intake on it.
Well, I'm looking at the Street Warrior. Yeah, no, I'd use the Street Warrior. It's just new. I've never heard that name. They used to call one an Action Plus, and the other one was a Stealth. This looks like an in-betweener between the Action Plus and the Stealth. Maybe. I've actually never... No, it's not even that. That almost looks like a Stealth. Huh, I'll be dang. Yeah, Street Warrior. That's different. I mean, this is a good intake. The only problem is the cam might be a little small for this, but that's okay. Rather have more than you need. And a 600 on it with this. The only problem is you're going to be game over around 5 to 5,500. That's all. Just
right.
Set it up to run it to that far, and that's it. And that being an 8-mile track, you can have a little fun with that. Oh, that's kind of cool. I'd like to see that thing be super competitive. That's what I'm kind of interested in, what time or what parts you got and stuff, and what we can throw together.
Right, right. I actually was going to put my 351 Windsor in it, but yeah. But
then again, the 351 Windsor, if it's set up wrong, it's going to be slower than the 302. You know?
Right.
What year 351 Windsor? Is it the Smogger one or is it the early one?
You know? 1970 or 71. It's one of the first ones they came out with.
Okay. That's the better one. It's, again, around 9.5. So that would be a strong runner. But Ford's used probably the most pathetic camshafts in the world in their engines.
Right.
The heads typically suck, the cams are weak, and the exhaust manifolds and pipes is usually just absolutely restrictive as all can be.
Yeah.
All things Chevrolet did right that Ford didn't do right.
Yeah, sure did. Was that a single plane intake, Ollie?
No, it's dual. So
dual intake.
Yep. With the cam you got and that dual plane, it'll work better because I think the single plane he'd run out of steam even faster.
Right.
That's good. Yeah, your intake, that cam, that'll work together nicely. Yep.
Yeah.
So if I was going to run my 351 Windsor,
I'll be able to use.
right. If I run my 351 Windsor, then I would have to change the transmission out because that was, I think, the first generation overdrive transmissions, I guess.
Well, yeah.
And I know the first time I brought down on it, it'd be ringed out.
Bring a spare with you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Let it rip till you don't.
If I had to go buy a transmission, I'm going to be sleeping in that thing.
If you could get your hands on a C4, or a C6 would be better, but it's... See, and here's the problem. You got the C6, which is a much better transmission, but it has so much internal spinning weight. It will actually slow you down running the C6 than it would a C4, and have the C4 built with the better clutches and drum and all that stuff.
Right.
Lighter spinning weight, the whole jet, that.
Right.
Just like the Turbo 400 and Turbo 350, same thing.
Right.
So, with the transport, you have an AOD in that? Is that what you said?
Yes, AOD.
Okay. What rear gears do you have in that car? Did we determine that?
308.
Oh, God. Yeah, that's a problem.
Recipe for gas mileage is what you got.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened in the 80s.
Yeah. You got a bunch of junkyards around with Mustangs with 8.8s and stuff sitting in them.
Not many.
Not many.
The ones that do have that stuff won't so much you can never back go buy it new.
Yeah, they found it and they want the dollar. Great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because man, I would almost say shoot for the moon and put like 411s in that thing.
Right.
You're only going an eighth mile.
Right.
You're going to get there, now. You only got 5,500 probably tops in the RPM. I'm not even sure. Are you going to run the stock springs on the heads?
You
could with that cam, but.
Yeah.
I've got a set of 69, 351, 4-valve heads.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody has changed them out to take the rotor rockers.
Okay. The springs would be whatever. It didn't matter.
Right. I think
the early heads were stud just like the roller rockers would take. Because I don't think they went to, what was that? Torque to yields until 74, 73. So it still would have been adjustable from 69, 70, 71, and maybe 72.
Right.
Yeah, I think.
I'll send you a picture of them tomorrow. And I'll send a picture to you.
I just want to see that thing freaking rip.
Yeah.
I got a license plate I'm going to make you.
Okay.
To replace the one you got on there.
Oh, yeah, that one on the front definitely coming off.
No, I got one for it. It's going to go right in its place. It's going to be perfect.
All right.
Don't change the color of that car or nothing.
Okie dokie. Yeah, that's already been determined. My wife says, why don't you just buff it? It looks just good like it is, and everybody likes that color. Just leave it like it is. I said, okay, we'll leave it like it is.
Paint job ain't going to make it go any faster.
No,
Paint's heavy, it'll slow you down.
That's right.
Yeah.
You got headers for it, or you gonna run manifolds?
As of right now, I'm running the manifolds until my buddy gets well enough to go dig through his pile. Then he's gonna find out if he's got a set of headers. If it does, then I'll get them later on.
Okay.
I would imagine a set of Fox body ones would fit.
Yeah, there have to be shorty headers for a Mustang in order for them to work.
And I don't know if I have a set. Maybe the factory ones, but those aren't even all that great.
Right. Hello, James and James. And 256 Garage. Yeah, one thing about headers, it's gonna be a tight squeeze in there. It's gonna, because on the passenger side.
Have you seen headers in a Mustang 2 with a V8?
I had one was a set of headers with a 302 and a Mustang 2.
I can go swimming in the engine bay you got.
Yeah. Yep.
I had a buddy with a Mustang too with a 460 in it. It was a bear to change the plugs and do anything under the hood of that thing.
Oh,
But that little sucker grown.
I was gonna say that I'd love to go for a ride in one with a 460 in it.
He run 590s in 8 mile with it, and it was streetable.
Oh,
It's a bad little hot rod.
There was a famous one that Jack Roush built.
It's probably been about 17 years since I messed with a Fox body, period, a Mustang. And I got out there and taking that motor out, and I'm thinking, well, I'll get out here and get these bolts out of the starter and knock it off. No. And I forgot, you got to take that manifold off, and you got to raise that motor up to get that last bolt out of that starter. I was like,
You're talking about the Mustang too?
the Fox body Mustangs.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just to change the starter. I'm like, Ford should have done something better than that design.
Well, you know, Ford had the better idea. They just never used it.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that idea left and went to Dodge. Coca.
Yeah, I know in my V8 Mustang twos, I had a little trick where if you pulled the rack loose, you actually took the steering rack and dropped it, you could snake it right up between the oil pan and the crossmember. It'd come straight out.
Right.
I just had a pile of extensions on it to get that top bolt.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I take, on the Fox bodies, I take the starter out from the front. After I get the bolts loose, I'll take them out from the front.
Yeah, they're not fun, but whatever.
We got Dan Boyd in here and I Spider Garage.
Hey, Ice Spider.
There.
Bryce is in the house.
Boom, baby. I've been watching his channel.
On his Ford.
Poor old man. He's getting outnumbered.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've been watching.
Never heard about lifting the motor up and get the starter off. That's the beatingest crap I ever heard.
The one thing I hate about a Chevrolet is their starters. Bolts up like this right here, and you had to hold that 50-pound starter like this right here and get them bolts in there.
That's when you put the high torque mini starters on. They're nowhere near as heavy.
Yeah, but see, they didn't have them back in my day. See,
You're right. You're right. If I got to change a starter, a high torque mini one's going back on it.
I bought a truck one time, a Chevrolet truck one time, and old guy said, it runs. I said, all I'm going to do is crush it. He said, man, it's a good truck. He said, all it needs is a starter. I said, well, I'm not putting a starter on it. I loaded on my road back and headed back to the house, stopped at the gas station, get something to drink. Walked in, the guy said, what you going to do with that truck? I said, it's going to the masher. He said, I want it. So I took it straight to his house and dropped it off.
I like that price.
Time to drop them.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't understand all the Ford stuff. All the transmissions are different and bolting up different and the different blocks and all this stuff. I never knew all that stuff, because I've just always done Chevrolet stuff. Hell, it's all interchangeable.
Right.
Yeah,
I messed.
That's pretty much why I never did Chevrolet, because everyone else knew that stuff. So I figured I'd go learn Ford because nobody knew it.
Well,
I can always ask a buddy the Chevrolet questions.
My dad was
like the Chevrolet because everybody had one in the backyard.
Yeah.
My dad was a Ford man, and when I started driving, I took his 66 Fairlane, and that's where I learned how to drive in.
Oh,
and that's when I started driving. And my brother, he became a Chevrolet person. He'd come in there, he'd try to beat me into the house to get the parking spot right beside the house. And one night I come in, it was real late, and probably about 12:30, 1 o'clock, Dad made him get up and move his Chevrolet out of the driveway just so I could park that Ford back in the spot. He had he bought a new 47 Ford back when brand new, and he sold it a couple years later. And one day I was outside messing around. This guy stops by, and he says, "I got something you interested in." And I said, "Well, depends on what it is." And he said, "I got your dad's old 47 Ford."
Oh, nice.
I said, "Yeah, I'm interested in it." And I said, "When can I go get it?" He said, "I want you to come look at it." I rode over there, and my mouth was watering. I said, "I just need to load it up and take it on home now." He says, I said, "I'll buy it." I said, "And what you want for it?" He says, "Something happens to me, you'll get it." He wouldn't let me take it home. I said, "Oh, man." I said, "That's not right."
Teasing you now.
I mean, man, where I grew up, everybody had Chevrolets. You buy a Ford, they would disown you.
That's what
hard Chevrolet. I'm telling you. They thought you had lost your damn mind if you bought a Ford or a Dodge. If you weren't a Chevrolet, you weren't welcome. I mean, my buddy would not work on his uncle's Ford LTD. Wouldn't do it. He took right at him and said, Uncle Earl, I don't even have no Ford wrenches. You got to take that somewhere else. Your man didn't know no different. He believed him. I swear, man, that's
around the house. That's what it was. Everybody liked Chevrolets, and then Dad was Ford man, and I like messing around the Fords and met this guy, and went to work for him doing body work, and he like Ollie, a big Ford guy, but he probably
what I grew up around.
Ollie would probably make this man cry.
I've been trying to find a picture of the '64 Chevelle that old man would have liked, but I can't find it.
Look, my old boss man, I worked for that guy 34 years, was a die-hard Ford man. Well, he run an electrical company. We were contractors. Had 10 trucks on the road. Every damn one of them was a Chevrolet. He drove Chevrolets. His wife drove Chevrolets. But he was a die-hard Ford guy. Now, he got 5, 6, 7, 69, 70, 429 Mach 1 Mustangs.
If you want,
beautiful cars.
If you want a pretty truck, buy you a Chevrolet. If you want a good riding truck, buy a Dodge. If you want a work truck, buy you a Ford.
Well, if you bought a Chevrolet and put a Ford interior in it, you'd have something.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Fords will just ride better than a Chevrolet does. Softer seats. You sit in a Ford seat. You sit on a Chevrolet seat.
Right.
I mean, that's just the way it is, the way I see it.
I know Chevrolet always did ride a little rough. A friend of mine had a '68 four-wheeler, and that thing, you'd be pissing blood if you got a quick ride in that thing. It was
big. I've been in some and just take off, go riding in the dirt roads and stuff, and then try to just when you stop to get something to drink or something or get out, you just have to fall out of the truck. Oh.
One thing about that '68 Chev too was the transmission they used in those, which I think was a Rock Crusher. It sounded like a damn school bus. Which I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. He hated it. It was loud, right? But, I thought it was cool. Everyone heard you coming.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That was a good old truck.
See, where Ford and Chevrolet both really messed up at, because in the 50s and 60s and early 70s, they both had some of the best vehicles on the road. And Dodge did too. But somewhere between then and now, they got short-circuited somewhere.
Well, Dodge was
You
born
know,
with
the Dodge
secondhand
has
electrical
always seemed to
problems.
me,
Yeah. Yep.
the Dodges always seemed to me just like a Toyota. You shut the door and it sounded like you slammed a beer can. You know, they just sounded hollow. Where
Right.
the Chevrolet shut solid.
Yeah.
I
Right.
mean, they lasted. They just sounded like shit to me. But
But
the old
the
Dodges were
Dodges did
tough.
use that. They used thinner steel in their bodies. They did. I mean,
Right.
even in the cars, it was
Yeah.
all thinner steel.
Yep.
It would save weight and it was cheaper.
I didn't know this
Mhm.
until here back where Ford used metal out of the sea to make their cars.
Out of the sea?
Out of the sea to make their
Really?
cars. Yep. I read that on an article or one of the videos on YouTube. So did.
Well, it was on YouTube. It's got to be true.
One eyed cat. Appreciate you stopping by.
Must be shipwreck recovery or something. I don't know.
It was I can't remember if it was an article or I can't remember now. But yeah, it was that's where they got it from.
I mean, you take buy a mid 70s Chevy and it looked like they just pulled it out of the damn sea.
Right.
Things are rusting out right off the assembly line.
Right.
I
Yeah,
don't remember.
Yeah, Mater's right. If it wasn't for the Dodge brothers, there wouldn't been no Ford Motor Company.
Oh, he's right there.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, here's where Henry Ford screwed up. He should have never screwed the Dodge brothers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
That's right.
I mean, he had two brilliant freaking engineers / mechanics right there, and he screwed that deal up.
Yeah, and you know, if that deal would have stayed, there probably wouldn't have been no Chevrolet.
May not.
Oh, I think there still would have.
Yeah.
Because there was their own little war between Lewis Chevrolet, Durant, and the rest of them over there.
Right.
That was their own little war going on that. But it may not have been a Dodge or Dodge Brothers if Ford would have played the cards right.
Right.
Huh.
I can't remember the whole story. I know Durant got in there and got a hold of Chevrolet somehow. I don't remember that story very well. But there was a lot of shady business going on in the GM stack in the early days.
Right. Yeah. It was
Company acquisitions and all that.
Yeah, Barrow's done a video here a while back about the history of Ford Motor Company. And it really goes in depth of what was going on back then. And to look back on from now till then, that's the reason why all the other manufacturers didn't come out with a V8 until 1955 because Ford had a patent on the V8 until 1955 when Ford decided to let the patent run out. That's the reason why we had the straight eights in the Buicks and the Dodge.
Well, didn't Cadillac have a V8 prior to 55? I thought they did.
I think they had early 1900s. But see, they never patented the V8, and Ford did patent it. But I didn't know this. I didn't know this about all the car manufacturers back then. You had to pay this group of people just to build a car when it first started.
Yep.
And I didn't know that until I seen that on Barrows put it out, and I was like, "Holy cat!"
Well, you know what's coming between now and then? The same dirty politicians.
Yeah, that's it.
Dirty then, dirty now.
Right.
Yeah.
But the 60s, the 50s, and the 60s was the true hot rodding generations as far as throwing something together and making it run, because back then they didn't have a lot of options back then like we got today. We got
Oh yeah.
we got any options we can just to shoot up one and take it down the street.
Well, I mean, you have the Y block, and I don't know what the Ford was even thinking with that thing. That was about the most bass backwards upside down V8 that I'd seen them build.
Right, and it wasn't that the one that run backwards?
No, that one doesn't, but you can make a small block Chevy run backwards.
And a Ford had a motor. I can't remember, a 252 or something like that. Was it a 252 or 352?
What's that FE? First generation FE is a 352.
One of them went backwards.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, you can probably make any V8 run backwards. They put them in boats. Left motor, right motor.
Right.
That was super popular with the 427s.
Right.
Put them in those Chris Crafts and whatnot. If you had the real big one with left and right motors, one of them was backwards. Yeah, that's right. But I mean, like intentionally for a car use, I'd never heard of them being backwards in a vehicle, just in boats.
Right.
Maybe a field pump or a what were those? They got those wind machines they use the engines in. Maybe those ran backwards too. I don't know.
Because they had that exhaust that run out toward the front of the engine. It was like a
Yep.
Golly.
Well, and I never understood that either. I get it because if you ever seen the engine in those cars, the 55, 6, and 7 Fords, you'd think with the engine bay being as big as it is, and let me tell you, the Tri-5 Ford is built almost identical to a Tri-5 Chevy by the way it's manufactured. And on boats, it comes apart almost exactly the same way. Crazy how it is, you know? But
yeah.
that engine didn't have a whole lot of room on that driver's side, so I think that was their quick solution was to run it around the engine, even though they do sell a manifold that does dump it on the driver's side.
Right.
Going around the front, I don't know. I would think that would be less economical and more costly than just a manifold to the back.
Right.
But I'm not a bean counter, so I don't know.
I never understood.
Yeah.
I really never understood that design.
The steering box is right there.
Yeah.
Same with the trucks. The steering box is right there, but you can still get around it.
Right.
So I don't know. It never made any sense to me either. And I'm a Ford guy.
Yeah.
That's the first thing we remove.
Right. Yeah. Ford, some of their design, it started in the late 60s, early 70s. Some of the crap they put on these cars was stupid.
Oh, for the emission stuff?
Emission stuff and all of it was actually stupid.
I don't know why they did what they did. If you increase the compression and had a faster, cleaner burn fuel, it would do better emissions, I would think, than retarding the timing and dropping compression. I think, what was it? 1977 was like the worst year for the 302. It had barely made 8-1.
Right.
Basically the same as a flathead in 1977. I mean, it's terrible. Yeah, don't ever buy a 77 block. Blocking heads, garbage.
Oh yeah.
Well, the block would be all right, wouldn't it?
Well, here's the Ford in their infinite wisdom. Instead of increasing the chamber size in the head, what they did was they raised the deck height of the block.
Mm-hmm.
So from 74 to 77 has 8.224 deck over the 8.208. So it's not huge, but it's enough just to ruin your day.
Okay.
And in 77 they went from I think it was they went from a 58 to a 64 or 69 cc head. That's why 77 is the worst year, because they went to a really open chamber head.
Mm-hmm.
And in 78, they dropped the deck height back down to where it was and just put that large chamber head on top. So why they did all this, I don't know.
Still knocked the breath out of it.
Right. It still dropped it, but not nearly as bad. So like in 77, it was maybe barely 8-1. In 78, it crept up to like 8-2 or 8-4 to 1, I think. And like his engine, I think factory, his 80 is probably 8.6 or 8.7. Does that sound right to you? Because basically they kept the deck height the same from then on out. They just kept changing the heads around.
JB.
What's up?
What's up, JB?
Let me explain something to y'all. You see that?
All right.
Isn't that putting an X on the problem?
Do you see it?
Oh.
That's putting an X on the problem right there.
The Chevrolet versus Ford. Hey, dude, trust me. It's nice.
Look here, JB.
Don't look at me, man.
Here. Just for you, buddy. That's just for you, buddy.
Hey, appreciate you, ASO. Mark.
Yeah.
Hey, cracking up.
I'm learning, man. I'm learning.
We had you cracked up, didn't we? Mark?
Yes, sir, buddy. You had me in a bad way there for a minute.
Oh man.
I'm trying to keep a straight face, and JB and Lars over here texting me all kinds of crazy mess. Then they sitting there laughing at me, trying not to laugh. It was funny there. That was cool.
Yeah. I would take a good look at this one, ASO, because you're only going to see a black bumper.
See, I want to be looking in my rearview mirror seeing that bow tie.
Where's that nanner pudding at?
Yeah.
see, on my tail lights, JB, I'm gonna have a light. It says it's gonna show Chevrolet emblems on it.
Oh, don't worry, man. I got a BB gun. I'll shoot them out.
Oh man. But see, we're gonna work together with Buck, see.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Me and Buck has a grudge race.
Yeah, we're gonna make sure you win this time. If I had to push the Chevrolet down the track.
Oh, don't worry. He'll be camping next to me. I know how to flatten a tire.
Oh man.
Hey, LP, you sound like Auto Salvage. Where's that Nana pudding at?
You can't go wrong with no nanner. I'll cook it T-bone steak.
Oh.
Y'all be good. I gotta go.
Yeah, we got to jump.
Everybody,
I just want to jump in, poke some fun, right?
that's right.
Watch the bow tie, man. It's coming for you.
Oh, be good, JB. Oh,
These fellas are just as crazy as could ever be.
they good folks.
Yes, sir. They over here texting me all kinds of crazy mess. I'm trying to read that and look cool, all like I'm paying attention. And good God, I reckon they're laughing at me. That's Davy Allison behind you.
Yeah, that's Alabama's favorite son right there.
That boy can
Hell of a
drive.
driver. Yep.
Yep.
So, and
I actually-
no attitude. You know, he was a super cool guy, seemed to be.
A lot of people don't realize, but his first number in NASCAR was 23.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know either.
Yeah, I was actually going to do the Thunderbird, like that paint scheme there, and then put his 23 on it, and then pour the stickers right here on the front fender, and then move my big butt out of the way. I was going to put all the channel stickers here, and that's what I do. But I got outvoted on that.
What would really be cool if you could find one of that body style and do that.
That's basically the same body style. The only difference is the front end on it. Let me bring it around. Yeah. I can't get it around there now. Hold on a minute. There we go.
Okay.
You see that in?
Yeah.
The only reason why it's like that is because the way they had to make the front nose on that car for NASCAR. So that's actually the same, almost the same body style as that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do, but I'll probably just leave it like it is and hope I'm probably not going to keep the car when I get back from No Name Nationals because I really like to build me a Mustang is what I really want.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, but everybody's got Mustangs. It's got to be different.
yeah. Yeah.
There's a bunch of them right there.
Yeah, I like my Mustangs though.
My boss bought one that year. The Super Coupe Thunderbird come out.
Mm-hmm.
He bought one and drove it around just a little bit, and it's been sitting in his garage on jack stands ever since.
Oh,
I think it's like 10 or 12,000 miles on it.
I looked at one of those, and it was in Georgia, which was probably an hour and a half, 2 hours from us.
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason why, and it was an 87, I think, 88, somewhere around in there.
Yeah.
And I was going to buy it, but then I read the description of it, and I said, well, I don't, as long as the body looks good and the inside looked good, and it did, the body looked good, the inside, I said, I can care less about the motor, the transmission, and all. But when I met the guy, he says, I don't have no title for it. And I'm like, well, that just killed that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You mean made it a permanent race car?
Yeah, but if I wasn't driving it up there and hauled it, then yeah, I wouldn't bother me. I went over and got it.
Yeah, driving it might be a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just if you get caught, I mean, you throw a set of tags on it and hope for the best.
20 years ago wouldn't have hurt nothing. But nowadays, you get pulled over down here with no tag, they'll take your car and impound you.
Yeah,
especially when they run the plate and it comes back as a 69 F100 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we might have problems then.
Yeah.
Oh shoot! I didn't know you're driving it there. Better not advise you to put short gears in it then.
Yeah, 428 miles.
Yeah, he might need to change the rear end when he gets there. Swap the gears up.
If we're looking to buy a rollback, if we do find the right rollback we want, then I'll wind up hauling it up there.
What was it? I've been on a kick of looking at ramp trucks lately. I don't know why, but I seen one that was on a GM chassis, but it was a 55 Ford, but it was set up as the ramp truck on the GM. I think it's that G Series chassis or some stuff. Pretty nice setup.
We're looking for something 06.
Yeah, 06.
06, 07, or 08.
I'm talking about that new stuff again.
Them things are high.
Yeah, they're expensive. They high.
I mean, I've been looking at them on Marketplace, wreckers and rollbacks. Don't have no use for them, but I just got hooked. I guess because you were talking about them.
Right.
Man, good God Almighty! You spend a bunch of money on a wrecker or a rollback.
I'll take a wrecker as long as it got the wheel lift on the back.
Yeah.
Just missed one. 95 F350 wheel lift and single string boom, 3,000. It was a 7.3 as well. $3,000.
That was a deal.
Yeah,
I wasn't fast enough.
That
I've
guy
been
must have
watching
been
it.
in the bind.
Well, yeah, it sounded like he needed to unload it quick. He was moving, probably heading to
Yeah.
Idaho like everyone else around here.
Yeah.
But yeah, he had it sitting at like 6 or 7. And I kind of watched it, and next thing you know, I seen it go at 4. I thought, all right, $4,000, I'll go take a look at it. And then I saw it post for 3 on Easter, and I'm like, man, I can't go there now. And
Huh.
yeah, come Monday, gone. I knew it was going to be gone by Monday.
Oh yeah.
There's a pretty clean truck. Somebody got a really good deal.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Yeah, I'd hate to drive a race car 400 miles and then run the shit out of it, and then I'd come back and hope I make it home.
Might have to walk back.
Yeah, I don't like that idea.
I actually was going to put a Duster. Was that 70 model Duster? What was the first year of the Duster? The 69, 70?
70.
And I found one in Mississippi. It had
Wow.
360. It had 360 under the hood. And I thought, So I like the Duster body style. I was like, my 351 Wizard fit right in there.
I was just going to say, put a small block Chevy in it too.
Yeah.
That'll piss off a few people.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, I went looking. I said, told my wife, I said, we're gonna make a trip to go look at that. I think I'm gonna get that one. It wasn't on there 20 minutes, but that guy marked it sold. I said, hold on, I thought you said you was gonna wait on me to get there. He said, the guy's local. Oh, I was mad. I was a hornet, buddy. That he give that car away. I was like, God.
Gotta be quick.
Yep. When they listed on there, you got to get there quick.
Yeah, Lord, we are. We just started last Saturday. Lord, want to talk about turkey hunting.
Oh,
Turkey.
Yep, it just opened Saturday.
I like wild turkey. I don't like the store bought turkeys. To me, they get a better taste.
Yeah.
depends who you get them from. There's some good store bought ones. There's some cruddy ones too.
Yeah.
What's your thought on the 390s?
What's
Gas
my
hog.
thought?
Yeah.
They're freaking great. I've bubblegum and band-aided the one in my 56 so many times, it's not even funny. I drove it out to the beach with a rod knock and drove it back with the same rod knock. I've never walked. I wasn't going to tow it. I think they're great. I think that's one of the best engines Ford ever built. And it followed the platform of the small block Chevy where we didn't change nothing, guys. We left it all the same.
Mm-hmm. Was the 360 and the 390 pretty much the same?
Identical.
Identical.
You take the crank, you kick it out on the floor, throw it away, do whatever you want with it, put a 390 crank in it. You're good to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
The rods are the same. You change the pistons because the compression height's different, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Did they
same
make
with the
any
Ford.
power?
Just doing that made a hell of a difference. Putting a 4-barrel on it. Why Ford put a 2-barrel on that engine is beyond me. That was a waste. 4-barrel, 390 headers.
Just thinking about it, just putting a 2-barrel on it would just choke it right down where it couldn't breathe.
Well, that was the big thing with the 360. Most 360s came with a 2-barrel. It was de-stroked, little tiny cam, cruddy exhaust. I mean, you might as well put the 2-barrel on it. I mean, it had so many other things going bad for it.
Yeah.
But then you got the 428, which swap cranks around. And the block was different for the 352. That was a smaller bore. So it's kind of on an island of its own. Same everything else, but the bores were smaller. But in the 428, the bores were larger. But the 428 was, and same with the 427. You can take some 390s, have them sonic tested, and punch them up to a 428. But the 427 was definitely casted one of its own.
Okay.
That's a really big bore in the 427.
So the 427 is just a single all alone engine. It's all by itself. There's nothing.
Well, it used like the 390 crank and rods. So the 427 was a big bore short stroke, where the 428 was a slightly bigger bore with a long stroke. It was a 3.98 stroke, almost 4-inch stroke.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas your 390s, the 427, and so on and so forth was a 3.6. I don't remember what it is. It's bigger than a 350 stroke. Come on, brain. 378. See, it works. It's just slow.
Yeah.
3.78 stroke on the 390, 427, and the 360.
Okay.
Or no.
Okay.
No, the 360 is a shorter stroke, dummy. That's 3.5. Too many numbers.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can do the part swapping game between all the FE blocks and end up with some really unique combinations.
Okay. Yeah, I'm learning. I don't know. I didn't know none of this stuff.
See, I took a 360 block. This is the engine I'm building for my 56 Fairlane. I took a 360 block, which usually has a little extra webbing in it because it's the truck block. I put a 428 crank in it, which technically makes it the same as a Mercury 410, because that's what a Mercury 410 is. There's a 390 block with a 428 crank. It makes it 410 cubic inches. Then I bored it over to make it a 416. So it's kind of a unique setup, but it's just like the same exact kind of stuff you do with small block Chevy, playing the crank trade game.
Yep.
So it's just the same, and you do the same thing with the Ford FEs.
Okay.
You can do it a little bit with a small block Ford, but you're kind of restricted. There's only a few engines, like two or three, you can swap things around with in the small block Fords.
Yeah, I run I think it's a 74, 75 rigger I had. It had 390 in it. That's what I run, and it was a 390.
The 390 is a great engine. It really is.
Yep.
All around. And then the 428, of course, is going to be better than that, but they didn't make as many of them as they did the 390. They're going to be more expensive. 427, of course, is going to be 3 times that because it was essentially the performance engine for the Ford line. They're going to be the big bucks. But you can make a 390 run.
Oh, yeah.
Really, even like the 352, like, let's see. Yeah, Hubie's talking about in a Ranger. That 352 was a high compression 352, and it was quite a runner too.
Right.
So you can get good heads and all for the 390s and, like aftermarket heads and camshafts and stuff for them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the heads. The problem with the FEs is they were reliant on the 428 and the 427 heads as the performance heads. So the aftermarket didn't really pay that much attention. Plus, you got to remember Ford also had their own performance line.
Yeah.
And they came out with their own tunnel port heads. They had their high riser heads that came with the 427s. There was a couple other variations too. There was a lot of performance parts you could get through Ford. But you can also play the switcheroo game too. Putting 61 heads on a 390 is like a wake-up call to that thing. Because not only is the 61 352 heads, they're a smaller, or they're more of a heart-shaped chamber. The valves kind of suck. You'd upgrade those. But they're a medium riser port, so it gives you the bigger passageways, bigger ports. And it performs much differently than it would with a, say, the low riser or the stock 360, 390 head. That's what I usually do is I put the earlier heads on those things. They run much different.
Okay.
CJ valves, the Cobra Jet valves, I put them in those early heads.
That's when it really comes alive then.
Yep. And that's just using junk. You don't have to use the big fancy aftermarket stuff.
Right.
Matter of fact, the heads I'm putting on this 410, that's exactly what they are. Is they're, I think mine are 66 heads, but they're the 14 bolt pattern, which you don't have to get into knowing what that is, but it just makes it so the manifolds can be, you can use car manifolds along with the up and down, because you know the FE pattern on the exhaust manifolds are typically up and down, right? Some
Right.
years they did a crisscross pattern for some of the mid 60s cars. So there was a run of heads that were casted with the bosses to put those holes in, but they weren't drilled. Well, I have a set of those. I had them drilled and all that jazz to put it in the car to make it easier if I needed them. I didn't, but I did it anyways.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Let's see.
Huh. It's interesting.
It's you're right. The Chevy world's a lot more simple.
Yeah.
But once you get into the Ford stuff and you go run through it 100 times over and you start learning everything, then it becomes much easier to understand. But I can understand a guy on the outside looking in going, oh my.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
there's a lot. And like Dean here, he knows. I'm reading some of the stuff that he's posting. Dean knows it. He's right on top of this stuff.
Mhm.
Dean, I'm telling you, knows this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's all he knows is stuff.
Well,
I have a
I've
hard
been
time getting it out of my mouth and into words you can understand. That's my problem.
Right.
I've learned a lot. You know, I just had no idea.
I used to be able to tell you the firing order, all the specs on what Rob Barron torch to, the head, the whole 9 yards on one.
Now, if I remember right, if you take the 351 Windsor Ford or the HO 5302 and you renumber that 302 or that 351 Windsor like a small block Chevy's numbered, it's the same exact firing order.
Yeah, but I believe I've heard that too. Yep.
So you renumber the banks to match Chevrolet, it'll be the exact same firing order.
Yep.
It's a V8, man. There's only so many ways you can fire a V8.
Right. There ain't so many ways you can make this work.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's just little fun things because everyone goes, Chevy this, Ford. I said, hey, man, don't worry about it. Ford's just like Chevrolet in this, and Chevrolet's just like Ford in this because there's a lot of similarities too.
Well, I mean, you go and look at the LS motor now. You know, those Ford engineers went to work for Chevrolet, and they changed a bunch of the LS is Ford engineered.
Getting rid of that Siamese port had to happen.
Yeah.
Yep. That's
had to
it.
happen.
That's it right there.
And them things can make stupid power. You know, would throw a turbo on them or Pro Charger or whatever. It's amazing what
Chevrolet always had twice the cylinder head Ford ever did. So Chevrolet would never run a camshaft worth a squat. They were always a small, low lift cam. Now they ran a little bit more duration, but they'd never pop that valve open. Of course, they always run a real weak valve spring.
Mm-hmm.
Ford used to run really good valve springs. They wouldn't be afraid of cranking the valves open, but their head port design was horrible, terrible. So it's just like you take both these companies and go like this, and man, you'd have, we have the LS.
Yeah.
Essentially, that's what we got.
Yep.
That's right.
And I'm watching the Godzilla engine because a lot of guys are playing with that now, and it's kind of the same idea.
Right.
There's a lot of problems with that engine yet they're working through. Cletus McFarland's been playing with one, and of course he's got all the money in the world to play with it, so I'm going to watch him break stuff.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like the Coyote. That's supposed to be a pretty hot motor, isn't it?
It's a runner, yep. But again, it's you're still dealing with the modular head stuff, 20 miles of chain.
Yep.
Great concept. It worked in the camera engines back in the old days, but I'm surprised. I'm really, unless there was something I'm missing, I'm not an engineer. I'm surprised they didn't belt drive those cams rather than chained. Maybe there's a stretch issue. Maybe the composition of the belt, you can't make them last. I don't know.
Yeah.
Mm.
Chain is pretty hard to argue with because it takes a while for it to wear.
Yeah.
Right.
You know.
Well, it's proven. It's proven.
But I would have thought gear to gear. Just straight gear the thing, you know.
That seems too simple.
Yeah, just we're talking about the GT40P heads. you get to take a set of E7 heads and port the E7s, and they're actually better than the GT40P heads.
Yeah. I'll go
Yep.
one step further. You take a set of 66, 65, 289 heads, and it'll outrun
Yep.
an E7 head.
Yep.
If you do the same porting.
Yep.
I think
Yep.
Terry Grover's got a video on that. I think even who's the other guy? Oh, come on, brain. He works with Uncle Tony, Andy.
Andy.
Andy
The-
Wood.
Yeah, Andy Wood, but he's the science guy. Come on, for crying out loud. My mind is terrible. The guy that Andy works with that does all the testing, then he wrote he's the brains behind the operation.
David Vizard.
David Vizard. He's got a
Yep.
whole series on what to do to small block Ford heads. And that man is no dummy. There we go. Yep, he's got it. Yep, David Vizard. That guy is
That's pretty smart.
you have to it's hard to listen because he goes into a lot of depth in stuff and you can get lost real easily, but I'm telling you, hang in there and listen because he really does know his stuff.
Right.
It
Right.
works.
Yeah, I'd like to find a set of 289 heads because I'd run them 289 heads.
I got a pile of them in the shop.
Oh, let's see. How many miles is that?
I think we're corner to corner, bud. Corner
Yeah.
to corner.
Bye.
A little bit of a drive.
Let's see how many days is that. I had to rewrite that song. 12 days on the road, and I'm finally making it home.
Now, are the 289 heads and the 302 older 302 heads, are they interchangeable with each other?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay, so those
You
two
can
blocks
take-
are pretty much the same.
Yes.
Yeah.
302, 289, 260, basically all about the same. You need to be careful what you put on the 260 because the board starts getting smaller.
Yeah.
Then you have the 221, which is the original, like the first version of it, but it's kind of, you just stay away from it. It's 5-bolt bell housing. The boards are really small. You go fishing with it, you tie a rope to it, you throw it in the water. When you're done fishing, you cut the rope and move on. It's pretty much what you do with it.
Gotcha. About like 305 Chevrolet.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm probably want to keep myself in the backside because we went to Georgia a couple months ago and I got a bunch of stuff over there. And a guy had a set of 289 heads, and then he had these 69 heads, and I brought the 69 heads and didn't buy the 289 heads.
That's all right. The 69s aren't horrible either. The thing with the 66 289 heads is they just have the smaller chambers. The
Right,
ports are basically about the same. And when
Right.
you port small block Ford heads, you stay off the floor, pull it out of the roof.
Right.
You don't want to take anything off the floor. But watch David's video or watch Terry Grover's video. Those guys, I can't even begin to start where they're at. They got the best videos on porting.
Yeah.
Very
you ever
smart
wanted-
when it comes to the port and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And,
You know, especially with in that average guy's garage stuff he's doing, you know, that you can do.
Oh, yeah.
Terry?
Definitely.
You know, so he's pretty cool. I enjoy watching his stuff.
You can take your little mini die grinder and port the heads yourself,
Oh,
including
It it's time consuming. Don't get me wrong, and you end up wearing this crap for a week.
Yeah. Yeah.
It don't cost you nothing either. Just the
That's
bird.
right. Right.
And I
look,
did.
guys, I'm gonna call it a night. I will see y'all next week.
I don't know, man.
Mark,
You coming in?
All right, we'll see y'all later.
Hi,
have a
buddy.
good night.
Uh,
It's probably getting late for you. What time is it over there? About
11 o'clock.
Oh, 11 o'clock. That's right. You said Central Time, right?
Yeah, Central. Y'all, 2 hours behind us, ain't you?
Yeah. Pacific Time. It's 9 o'clock right now. Where's Mark at?
I ain't seen him.
No, I mean Mark. He was just on here. Where's he from?
Oh man,
Yeah.
North Carolina was it? Yeah, North Carolina.
Oh, so he's even another hour ahead of us.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, it gets the. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets a little late. I still got to work tomorrow.
Oh man,
Uh,
I gotta go get 2 tires there tomorrow.
so you got new wheels for that thing to put on or anything fancy?
Yeah, what? I got them. Let me show you. I started to go with some. Oh man, Weld racing wheels,
Mm-hmm.
and I found a set, but I knew they wouldn't fit up underneath the back end of it because there was like what 10-inch wide wheels. Yeah, 10-inch wide.
There's not enough room back there for 10s?
No,
Really?
it is small back there. If you ever look up underneath the 66 Fairlane
Yeah.
on how it's made, that's
Yeah.
the way that Thunderbird's made. Let's see, where's my picture at? I got 9,000 pictures.
I know. I'm just as bad. I got pictures everywhere. Good Lord.
I'm just take a picture.
Oh, I found.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The Weld Stars. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, get them over in Georgia. Yeah, I want.
Are those 8s then instead of the 10s?
Yeah, 8s.
Oh, that'd
Yeah.
work.
Yep. I got one of the tires on it today. Me and Deborah put one of the tires on. I got to put the other tire on the other wheel and go have them blow it up. My compressor
You gonna run a drag radio or something on it, or just street tire?
running 185, no, 195, 55, 15s.
Are they just a street radial?
Yeah, just straight. Yeah. But yeah, when I get up there, I'll take the back 2 tires off and put the 2 metal wheels I got with them tires, and then I'll run it down drag strip, and then I'll swap them back.
That'll work.
That way, if I burn rubber on them tires, it ain't gonna hurt me. Where I can save them.
Yeah. You get some. Well, you got you're gonna run the overdrive, so you might be able to get away with putting some gear in that thing.
Yeah, I know where like a 90, 88, 89, 90 model Mustang is, and I know it's got the 8.8 in it. It's 4 lug.
Well, now wait a minute. I thought yours was a 7.5.
Yeah, mine's 7.5. That Mustang's got the 8.8 in it. And it's
Which I'd rather have anyways.
yeah,
The option.
yeah.
Even if you could get to a 373 with the overdrive, you should be fine cruising it there.
Oh yeah, yeah. Dean was telling me that I could use the axles and stuff out of the 95 Mustang, and I just got rid of one 95 Mustang when we moved. But I know that
For which one?
for the Thunderbird.
Oh, but still a 7.5 though.
Yeah, it is.
Because if the transmission ain't gonna go, that rear end is.
Right. Yeah, I wish it was the 8.8. At least have 383. What it 383 years?
The 373s.
Yeah, 373s. It would have been a lot better.
I think I had an 8.8. It was an open 373, and I couldn't give that stupid thing away.
Wow.
We got too much of that junk around here. I live near a big city, so obviously you end up with a ton of cars.
Right.
And that's part of the thing with being by the big cities. Kind of nice. Scrap cars are everywhere, you know.
Yep.
You get the pickings. But then you get stuff like that, you can't get rid of it. You end up throwing it away, which sucks because I know somebody would have needed it.
Yep.
Could have used it. Hell, I could have kicked the gear set out of it and sent it to you.
Yeah, I had a set of GT40 heads, and when we was moving, somehow my heads kept put in the wrong pile.
Oh no.
Yeah, so it went to the crusher.
Oh, no. Man.
And I wasn't even thinking. Do what, baby?
Wasn't me.
No, it wasn't you.
That'd be another good engine to get your hands on, is one of those GT40 5 liters or the 5.8s.
Right.
Get your hands on one of those. I was fortunate enough, my dad bought one of those Lightning pickups, the first generation.
Oh, yeah.
He bought a 1994 right off the lot. Man, that was a fast truck for its time. It was just a pushrod 351 Windsor is what it was.
Right,
But
right.
It finally had everything done right. Everything Ford should have done from the get-go.
Right.
That was a running engine.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Hubie, I've got a literal junkyard here. It is bad.
6% is challenged us to do the chop as well.
Dude, uh-oh.
And I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah, I might run the numbers on that block out of that boat and see what it is. If it's better than what I got here, I might just throw it together.
I don't know what they put in the boats. If they use anything more special in the boats, I'm not sure. I know I've bought in some older boat engines before and put them in cars, and they usually guys will put a long-winded cam and stuff in them.
Right.
I know one I bought, which I know was a piece of crap, but I love the way the cam sounded. So I bought it and I put a set of valve stem seals on it, hoping it would stop smoking, which it never did. But it sounded cool. Mind you, I was probably 16 or 17 at the time, I think. And I just wanted something with a big ass cam in it. And this boat motor had that. And I thought, yes. I paid $200 for the thing, you know. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I bought a 289 out of a early models Fairlane or Mustang. I can't remember where it came out of. I was probably 16 at the time, 17. And I didn't crank it up. I just paid the guy and we pulled the motor out. And it had all the goodies under it. And it'd go down the road, but it sounded good.
Well, just today I missed one. I got a friend of mine that he kind of follows a lot of the marketplace stuff for me. So I get this message from him. It was like probably 10 minutes before leaving work. Guy was giving away a 1970, I think it was 1970 302. It had an Offenhauser 4-barrel intake on it, chrome valve covers, and he didn't say nothing about what was on the inside of it. But what's the chances that it could have a cam in it? Who knows? Free.
Wow.
It wasn't far from my place. I'm thinking, man. So right when I seen the message, I started typing in it real fast and gone. I bet you the moment that thing was posted, someone grabbed it. I was like, yeah. But yeah, there's some neat stuff to be had if you're ready. What do you say? See, Dan saying he had found a set of GT40s on a marine application. So you never know. It might. See, marine cam 8812. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Uh-oh. Are we froze up here, or I'm just talking to myself? Did he just kick himself out of his own show? E7s. Yeah. Oh, you can hear me? So what happened? What happened to ASO? Did he just kick himself out? Wow. I can't even get him back in here. How do you turn that thing? How do you get him back in here? I don't know. Assume control. I don't know how you do that. This is crazy. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
Can y'all hear me? Ah! Can y'all hear me? Ah! That okay, now I can hear. Come on back up here, Ollie.
Or anybody else.
Yeah, anybody else want to join
We're
in?
back.
Come back.
Well, that was interesting.
Man, I was like, I blocked out my own stream.
We'll post that link in case you go.
I was like, what is going on? Then I grabbed the phone. I was like, yeah.
I've never seen someone throw themselves out.
I'm telling you, I even blocked myself. That's bad.
That was interesting.
We're going to blame it on JB since he brought the Chevrolet in here.
Oh, that's what it was.
Oh. I was
That's
like,
funny.
you said the stream's still going. I'm thinking, how's that? We ain't got no internet. I was thinking, what?
I don't think it skipped a beat.
And I was like, holy cow. Yeah, I might have to call the internet company because here lately we've been having trouble out of this box.
Hmm.
And it goes out, and then you have to unplug it, reset it, and go again.
So you even unplugged it and everything, and it still kept running?
Yep, and it still run. I was like, holy cow.
And then all of a sudden it just booted me out, and I was like, well, I guess there's nothing I can do from here.
I was thinking, I hope Ollie don't think I booted him out the chat.
Well, you already threw yourself out. I was like, what am I supposed to do here? I can't let anyone in or out.
Oh. Oh, man. Well, if I figure out how to do this, Ollie, I'm going to make you modulator.
I don't know if you want that. I always push the wrong buttons.
Oh, man. Hold on just a second. I think I go in here and turn the volume off.
I always put.
You're behind.
Oh, man.
You're behind on your sound.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Ollie?
Yep.
Okay.
You're still here.
Okay.
Yeah, Hubie's right. It was locking the keys in the car with the engine running. That's exactly what we had here.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, holy cow. I was thinking, what in the crap? And I was thinking, well, I didn't do nothing wrong.
Well, you froze for a moment, and it looked like you might have been looking down at your phone. I got thinking, oh, you must have hit the wrong button.
Yeah, I think I was on the phone. Because that's the only way to keep up with how many people's in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm like, this, and then my screen just went black.
Yeah, you were froze there for a while, and I'm like, are you there? Hello? And then poof, you were gone. I'm like, oh, I guess it's just me.
Oh Lord! So they got the Chevrolet internet. Must be. I was like, and then you posted this. Well, the stream's still going. I'm thinking, so what happens and how's that happen? I I didn't know internet.
Well, I was only in StreamYard, so I bailed. When I got kicked out, I went in and jumped into YouTube and opened it up that way, and everyone's still talking. I'm like, well, what the heck's going on here?
That was kind of weird. That was kind of weird. LP sent you a picture.
Tell him when I get the
I
banana
know,
pudding
man.
made, I'll send him a picture of it.
Oh man, LP and JB's good people, y'all.
Oh yeah.
They're real good people.
Sometimes I'll watch your lives later. You'll have them up, and I'll watch them later on. And they're a couple cool guys. I get a kick
Yeah,
out of
they
it.
are. I wish we lived closer. I'd go up there and help him on that little S10 because that's what I used to work on all the time back in those years, in the shops. That's what came through there.
Well, it was S10. It's like their second home.
Yeah. 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 There ain't much to them. Ford pulled up, and my buddy of mine worked for. He was a Nissan guy. Nothing but a Nissan. If it wasn't a Nissan or a Chevrolet, he didn't want to touch it. And I did all the work on the Fords, and it got going around that you need to carry a car over there. He works on Fords, and next thing I know, that had 900 of them sitting out there to work on. And I'm like, I'm tired of working on them.
I work on any of them.
Yeah.
A lot of different ways. Just as long as with the older ones. Like the new stuff,
Yeah.
I can't get into the new stuff. I forced myself to work on my 03. Everything other than my 03, everything else I got is 1978 or older.
Right.
I don't count the boy's 92 because it's his, but I suppose you could. But
Yeah, I
that
get
thing there. Oh,
that. We got a 2018 Escape.
mm-hmm.
Never again will I make that mistake.
Well, it's hard to avoid unless you got the time or the money to fix up an older one to that point.
Right.
They're old. I like I said, it's just starting to dawn on me. My 03 is 20 years old.
Oh,
And I never really thought about it because to me that's like a brand new rig compared to the junk I usually drive.
right.
78 to me is old.
Right.
I drove my 78 up until I bought the 03 10 years ago.
Wow. Yeah, the Escape's all right. It's just too many problems with the motor. Had 100,000 miles. They put a motor in it last year. Ford did.
What's the motor in it?
That little 4-cylinder turbo. The Eco Crack. But it'll get it.
My dad, before he passed, he bought a 2019 F-150, but he bought that EcoBoost V6, the 2.5 or 3.5, the big one.
Yeah.
That's the one he ended up buying. Man, that thing scoots. I mean, it pulls freaking hard.
It will.
Well, my 78 Super Cab is a 460 truck.
Right.
I built it to pull. I think it's like 2,500 RPM. It's 466 foot-pounds. I built it to really pull hard. And his 2018 twin turbo 6 pulls just as hard when I bury my foot in it. I'm like, holy cow. It's fun to drive.
They scratch your head just at the technology that had advanced.
Well, and that's it. I mean, my 460 truck will pull hard, but it's done around 55 to 6, right around in there. It's done. You hang it up. And I took his truck to visit his brother in Nevada. This is after he'd passed. And I'm cruising down the freeway. I'm probably doing a good 70, 75. Mash that thing, and it still takes off.
Oh, yeah.
20 more to go. And I'm like, my 460 truck ain't going to do that.
Oh, no.
That twin turbo is something else.
Oh, yes. It's hard to beat a 460 period.
Well, there's one thing that beats it: every gas station in town.
Oh yeah, yep. Oh man, yeah,
I
but
can't pass those.
but it's a lot better than driving this new crap.
Well, you know, the one thing I did notice, especially driving my 03 all the time, when I do drive my older stuff, mainly my 460 truck or my 69 I drive in the winter, the throttle response is like completely night and day. The new stuff has that electronic delay to it, you know, where
Right.
I hit the throttle on my carbureted rigs, it goes like now.
Right.
You know, the electronic stuff, it's got to dink around, check a few sensors, check the air temperature, and then it goes. The carbureted rig goes.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's I don't mind some of this new stuff, but the majority of it,
it's
it's
just hard to
stupid.
work on. It's just
It
hard to
is.
work on. My 03s on like that, to me, is on that tilt where it's just to the point where I almost can't work on the thing.
Right.
It's
Right.
just not enough to it that I can understand it and repair it, you know, without getting too crazy with the tools. I got to have a scanner once in a while.
Right.
You go too much newer than that, and it's a pain.
Right.
I got a 92 Bronco. It was my dad's. One of the many rigs I'm trying to put back together, and he tore apart. It's got issues with it I can't figure out. That's that stupid first generation computer I'm fighting, and it doesn't tell you enough to know what to fix, but it doesn't know enough to know how to fix itself.
Right.
Like
Right.
the newer stuff, you know.
Right.
So I don't know. Something's wrong with it. I haven't figured it out yet. I'm going through the sensor game, learning how to test that crap.
It ain't one of these that Ford a couple of years that would run and quit, and then people think there's a fuel pump, put the fuel pump in both the tanks, and it still wouldn't fix the problem.
That might have been those 80s stuff, right? The first generation.
Early 90s.
Early 90s.
Yep.
Well, I've already been down that road.
Yeah.
Now there's a hole in the back, so I can get to the fuel pump a lot easier.
Yeah.
This one here, I got it running pretty good when it gets to running. I can't get it to start. I actually have to squirt fuel down the throttle body like you would a carburetor, and then it'll start and it'll run. Shut it off after it's warmed up. It starts super hard, but then if you let it cool off, it won't. You'll have to squirt fuel in it again. Some vehicles have a cold start injector. These throttle body Fords don't.
And what motor's in it?
5.8, 5.8, 351. Now, I haven't crawled underneath it and pulled the O2 sensor out to look at that.
Okay. Have you pulled the distributor out?
Not yet.
Walk up to it, pop the hood, raise the hood up, undo your distributor cap, take it off, take that distributor and swing it through the woods and put your distributor in it. I guarantee you that's going to fix your problem.
Really? On the cold start?
Yep.
Okay. Interesting. I'm going to try anything. I went and picked up an O2 sensor because I wasn't sure if that might have been it.
Yep.
I'll do that. I'll pop that distributor out of there. Is there a test I can do it before I throw it into the woods?
If you got another distributor, throw another distributor in there.
That's the test. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not a fuel injection happy guy. I got to figure this stuff out. I've learned way more than I've already wanted to.
On each one of your injectors, you got 4 on each side.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you, the easiest way to check them injectors without having a special tool. take your finger and put your finger on each one of them injectors.
Mm-hmm.
If that injector, you feel it clicking, that means that injector is working.
Mm.
You go to the next one. If you don't feel it clicking, that means the injector bad.
Okay. They all seem to be working just fine. And
Right.
it runs really good once I get it started. I
Right.
got proper fuel pressure. I got like it was 35 or 40 pounds or whatever it was supposed to be. I got the proper fuel pressure. The regulator seems to be working. The thing runs smooth and even when it's running. It's just when I try to start it. The starting
Yep.
part's the problem.
Yep.
Oh, what's Dean saying?
Yeah, with a Cat 5 multimeter. Yeah, you can test them too.
Okay. Yeah.
See, Ford had a problem with the what year you say it was?
92.
Ford had a problem in the 90s, early 90s, 89, actually before the 90s. 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, and 95, 96. There's 10 years that Ford had a problem with their distributors.
You'd think it'd follow through to when it's running if the distributor was aced, right?
Right.
Because it runs so nice when
Right.
it's fired up.
Right. There's a local guy here that had a 90 model F-150, I think it was. And his daddy brought it new. It was low miles. And he took that thing to 7, 8 shops. They could not figure out what was wrong with it. He brought it over to me. He said, "You think you can fix it?" I said, "Well, I guess it's a Ford, ain't it?" And so I fixed it. He said, "What do you think's wrong with it?" I walked over there, raised the hood, get me a wrench, took the distributor out. He says, "It ain't been long bought that distributor." And I reached over there. We had shop was out like outside of town, 30 acres. So I reached over and I slunk that distributor over in the bushes. He says, "There's a warranty on that distributor." I says, "Yeah, you bought it down here at the parts house, didn't you?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "You get a distributor from Ford." And he says, "That's going to fix it." I said, "Yeah, hold on, let me show you." Walked over to my toolbox and got a distributor I had in a toolbox, popped it in there. I said, "Crank the truck up." He cranked it up. He said, "Now I can drive it home." I said, "Not with my distributor."
We're just testing.
Yeah, that's it. He said, "Man, I took this thing, all the shops around here." I said, "That's what your problem is."
God, I don't know. How much would a distributor from Ford cost now?
Oh, there ain't no telling.
Now, see, Dean, this was another thing I was thinking of
Yep.
too. Yep. Yeah.
There's the quality of magnets. See, yep, that's it right there. Dean's correct on that. So is. So I don't know why Ford. It's another thing that really buffed me all these years of messing with Fords. They had something going good with the points. Then they switched over that dual junk, whatever you want to call it.
I like the Duraspark.
Then you'd think they'd learn in them years and go to something else. But they went that little bitty crap on the side of the distributor that was worse than the one before.
Well, see, the trick to the Duraspark, the first one, was, yeah, the boxes were junk. I give you that one. Those boxes will go out on the flip of a switch. The distributor itself, I thought, was a good unit. So what I would usually hook up an MSD box to the Duraspark.
Right.
And then I never had any issues. But you had to pony up for that MSD, or I think maybe the Excel box would hook up to it too. I always ran MSDs. But I always thought the DuraSpark itself was a decent distributor. Just the ignition unit itself was junk.
Right. It was the box that wasn't worth a crap. Them, it's a simple design on them distributors. And see, I don't know why they couldn't have came out with like a distributor like a Chevrolet's got. One wire distributor and been done with it.
Oh no. They have those aftermarket ones I see everywhere, and they make me cringe. Nothing looks more disgusting than this big fat can sitting out front of everything. I want to reach to the computer screen, grab it out of that car, and throw it miles away. God, I hate those distributors.
Oh.
There's nothing wrong with the Ford points distributor, and most of those cars, I'll go get a Protronics unit. I'll put that little Protronic. You ever seen those?
Right, I have.
Mr. Igniter Protronics. Those things work fantastic, and they tell you, oh, you can't run a hot coil. BS. I put an Excel, that yellow super coil. I'm running one through one now.
Right.
Fine.
Oh yeah.
I got a Mallory ProMaster coil on another one. You can. It'll do it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Advanced curves in those distributors are very easy. You have to pull it apart and get down underneath that plate. That's kind of a pain. But once you've done it, everything's already loose and ready to be done again. It's just the initial time of taking it apart. Right. You have two advanced curves right there at your fingertips.
Right.
Once you tear all that stuff apart, you just 180 your the rotor assembly, and you got two different curves there. Yeah, it's not a bad setup. It's not as easy as GM's HEI. I get that. Let's see.
Well, that's good. I'm gonna be running a one wire distributor.
Oh.
Well,
that's it. Unsubscribe.
Well, as much as the plug wires cost for this thing out here, I got the distributor and the wires, and then really nice wires. But what one set of plug wires cost?
Well, I mean, what's special about the plug wires?
It's the good ones.
just run the big cap Ford ones. He'll run the same wires.
Yeah.
See? We'll fix that. We'll find a way to keep that ugly thing off of there.
I just want to make it simple. If something happened, I know I can pull over to a parts house and go in and get a Chevrolet cool and throw it.
Oh no! Curse words. Oh, hurting me. Chevrolet parts in a Ford. Oh.
Yeah, I blame that on my brother-in-law. He talked me into it.
The one wire?
Yeah.
I will never succumb. I won't do it. I'm going to fight it.
I actually looked for one of the Mallory distributors.
What, like the Unilights?
Yeah, for Ford.
Yeah, the Unilights are okay, but the problem is the lights go out too easily.
Yeah.
That little unit inside. I'm telling you, DuraSparks, or not DuraSpark, the Mr. Igniters are nice units. I've never had any problems with mine. They really good.
I've used them on the power lanes, and they was pretty good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they was real good.
Or an Excel. Excel distributors are really nice, and they're a similar design to the Ford. It's a Hall effect, just like the DuraSpark is. So same type of setup. But again, it's Excel, and you're having to pay. So if you ain't getting it cheap, you probably ain't gonna be getting it.
I'll tell you one thing. One buddy of mine, he saved us a lot of money. So did. He saved us a lot of money on this bill.
Oh yeah, donating some parts?
Yeah, pretty much give it to us. An intake, $400 something intake? I think I looked it up.
Yeah.
Sold to him for $100.
Well, that's what's sad is intakes never used to be that expensive. Period. It's just everything. Stupid price. Oh.
Uh-oh. Dang it.
Have a good night.
Yeah, I'm just out there, and then instead of buying the kit at the local parts house, which I could have got a discount on, I still wouldn't have got the discount I got. I drove, an hour and a half and got it straight from a distributor. And plus, we got a discount on it there. So.
Is it one of those Chinese knockoff distributors? Is that what it is?
Actually, this is American-made distributors made over here. It's got the
Really?
metal. It's got the metal gear on it. It don't come with that fiberglass gear. It's got the metal gear on it.
Huh. I've seen a lot of the Chinese knockoffs getting, people buying those and throwing them in, and then they have problems.
Yeah.
With them.
Yeah, this here is made over here with the metal gear on it. And yeah, I looked around and then I found them, and then it said it was made over here. I forgot the name. Speed. I can't remember the name of the company now. Speed something. Like
Speedmaster.
I'm trying to remember. Give like $100 for the distributor and the plug wires.
Wow.
I was like,
Yeah, no, that's actually.
I was like, golly.
Yeah, like Dean's saying, DUI is the original one.
Yeah. It's in that.
But they're not $100.
It's in that big box, the white box. I got parts laying everywhere.
Yeah, he does.
If I didn't have a shop, they'd be laying everywhere in here.
Well, I don't have a shop, so and I don't want to leave these parts outside. I'd have to take care of somebody.
Yeah.
I
Well, I'll tell you, as much as it rains and snows up here, I had to have some kind of a building to put this crap in.
Oh yeah, definitely. Might be over there. It's out of the box. Remember I put it on that motor that day? I forgot what the name of that company is now.
I thought Speedmaster made parts like that too.
Let me see.
I'm not 100% sure. The two Dean mentioned I'm familiar with, Performance Products and DUI. Davis Unified Ignition, that was the original ones.
I'm trying to remember. Let me see here. I can't remember the name of it. It's Speed something. Oh, there it is right there, baby. I'll bring it over here. That's all right. Let me see. I know where it's at. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's got the metal gear on the bottom of it.
I can't believe they were selling some with fiber gear. That's ridiculous.
Well, I figured they had their name on it.
Oh, well, that ain't good right there. They
Unless
won't put their name on it. That doesn't say much about the product.
unless I don't see it. That might be the problem.
There's a number on it.
Yeah, it's got a number on it. W1222.
W1, let me look that up. was thinking hard about it. I'm not seeing anything. You got a mystery part now.
Let's see.
Wow.
Jigs. Not one jigs. Let's see. Trying to remember now.
They don't want you to know.
Well, see, most of them on eBay and Amazon are, if you look at the gears, they're fiberglass.
Yeah, see, I didn't know they were doing that. Of course, I haven't bought one of those, so I didn't know. But yeah, I didn't know they
Right.
actually were putting fiberglass gears on. That's crazy. Why would you do that?
It's crazy.
Well, a high volume oil pump or high pressure pump had smoked that
Well-
gear in a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat. Yep. Sure will. That's the reason why a lot of people are having trouble out of them.
Yeah, it could be. I never investigated into what the problems were that they were having. I just laughed and went, "Ah, that's what you get for putting HEI in Ford."
Right. Right.
I don't know. I'm stubborn. I stay with my old style stuff.
The Speedway Motors.
Monster. Composite gears. Steel gear.
I can't remember.
Yep. It amazes me they do that, Dean. Why would you? I would just because I would want my product to live. I wouldn't want to put one of those composite gears on there. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's crazy for them to put that on there like that. It's stupid.
Yeah. I think there's another guy. He's on the. He doesn't have a channel on YouTube. He mostly does Instagram stuff, but he had similar problem with his Ford truck. He's got a 302, and it was chewing gears up in it too. I think one of them was a composite gear.
Yeah. Yeah, when I ordered that,
Okay.
I was looking on there, and all the cheap ones was that funky made gear on the bottom of it, and I'm like, no. And then my brother-in-law said, they make them with the steel gear. He said, make sure you get the one with the steel gear.
Yeah, because I mean, now the steel will work with that cam, or do you have to have you mean when you say steel, the cast steel? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the bottom of the gear that runs the camshaft.
Yeah, but it's cast steel. It's not machined or anything like that. Or forged. I'm sorry.
No, it's not forged.
It's just a cast steel gear.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll run with that cam. If not, then I'll chunk the factory distributor in it.
I went and bought a reman for my 460 truck, and they use such a chintzy roll pin in that thing. Of course, you press the gear on, it should pretty much hold to the shaft by itself. The pin's only supposed to be there as like a secondary.
Right.
But it was such a cheesy pin, and probably because I was running a high volume pump, which makes high pressure when it's cold. I ended up spinning the gear right off that thing. So I'm now in my 460 truck, so I'm running a high volume pump. I'll put a spiral rolled pin in there just to keep that gear on that shaft nice and steady. Because I don't know if you know how small the drive rod is in those 460s. It's ridiculous.
Right.
The Windsor and the Cleveland have a beefier drive rod than a 460 does.
Yep, they sure do.
Crazy.
I like the 460s. If that Thunder Chicken would have been about another 2 inches wider, it would have had the 460 put in it.
It'll fit. It'll fit.
Ooh,
Just hammer and a torch, anything will fit.
yeah, yeah.
But nowadays, I mean, to dig around with big blocks, it's kind of almost with all the stroker kits with small blocks, you're miles ahead just putting a stroke small block in.
Oh, yeah.
Weight savings and everything.
Yeah, I was looking at reading on the 351s and they struck them out to a 408, I think it was. 408. Yeah, something like that.
I think it goes, you can go up to a 427 that I know of. And somebody said they can go bigger than that.
Really?
351 Windsor, yeah. I know 420 up to 427. That's as far as I know.
I met this guy on one of the Thunderbird groups, and he said that's what he was running in his. And on the starting line, he pulled the wheels off about 5 or 6 inches off the ground on the driver's side. And I'm like,
Hey, you want to you can do that with yours. Just get it up on the rev limiter and dump that thing. It'll do it. Probably only do it once, but it'll do it.
Yeah. Yep. My wife over here shaking her head.
Oh, that's what we do it for, man. It's all fun.
No. She said she wasn't going to walk back from Missouri.
Well, you might have to haul the replacement out with you to change later.
Yeah.
That's where we need to get you into a rollback. See, we got to get this rollback found.
Yeah.
Run it out there on the rollback.
Yeah, but if I buy one, then I'll look for 8.8 rear end, and I'll change it out.
If you got one with 373 and you kept the overdrive, that should be a perfectly fine car to drive all the way there and back.
Yep. When I went and looked at that car and bought that car, I really didn't pay the transmission no different. Didn't really pay no attention. All I knowed was when I popped the hood, if it had that 255 in it, it would still be sitting there. And, and when I tried to read the door tag, and I didn't even dawn on me to take a picture of it to run the numbers on it. And I was like, man, my brother-in-law was talking about, it must have a C4 in it, or that C4 or C5.
Yeah.
And I was trying to remember what year they quit making the C4s, because I knew it was somewhere in the late 70s or somewhere in the 80s, somewhere around in there when they quit making them.
Well, the only thing they changed between the C4 and 5 was the converter locks up.
Right.
They're almost identical. I mean, you could tell differences, but they're very similar looking transmissions. It's just the C5 locks up. The converter does.
Right. And I was like,
I always forget how early the AOD was being made. In my mind, I always think it's like mid to late 80s, you know?
Right. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking 83, 84. Mm-hmm. And then I was thinking, because me and my brother-in-law was talking, he says, I think it might have that C5 in it. I said, well, that's going to be the first overdrive transmission. And then I was like, no, I believe it's going to have the C4 in it. And then when we finally went and got it and brought it to his house, and he looked over, he said, that's a C5. Yeah.
Yeah, see, that blew me away when I finally learned the AODs were that early. Cause you just don't see them.
Right. Yep.
But then you go to the trucks, and there ain't no overdrive in trucks until the mid 80s. And then it was only dependent on which engine you had.
Right.
Because you
Right.
could not get a 351 Windsor and a half ton with an overdrive. You couldn't get one for quite some time.
Right.
What, 88 or 89?
Right.
Because I think you can get an 85 with an overdrive, but only with a 302 or the 6, if I remember right.
Yeah, and I didn't understand that because I was thinking I had a C4 transmission that come out of my Yola truck. And all I would have to do is change the bell housing.
What was it? What was the motor in that truck?
The Yola truck was a 302. It had a 302 in it. But see,
why would you need to change the bell housing?
Because from a truck bell housing to a car bell housing. See, a car bell housing is round. Truck is bigger and flatter.
For the C4?
Yeah. Yep.
They're pretty much all the same.
Yeah, other than the bell housing. It's different in a truck and a car.
Well, I didn't think they were any different.
Yeah, they made. Yeah.
You had the 157 tooth, then they switched to 164 around 1974.
Right.
And that made the bell housing become bigger and more bulbous because they ran a bigger converter. But I don't remember the bell housing being any different other than if it was an FMX. But they only ran those up until like 81 or 82, I think.
Right. So that's what I put in that truck 351 with the FMX. And it come out of the 77 Thunderbird.
Oh, okay.
Is I had to use the bell housing off the C4 with the FMX.
It was a lockup on the select shift for 1 year. Huh. Yeah, see, get into the 80s stuff, and I get a little. I'm reading his last post he had. C5, C4 lockup is a truck length bell housing. Deeper.
The C4 lockup in a truck length bell housing is a half inch deeper. Yep. And believe me, you can't make it work unless you cut the firewall.
I'd like to see one and see what it looks like. I must be calling it something different. This is body new 302.
Yeah, I wish I'd have kept the C4, but now because I got a buddy of mine, that's all he does is build transmissions.
The C4s are good once you do all the little changes to them with the clutch packs, Torrington bearings, and things like that, and it makes them pretty dynamite.
Oh yeah, I like the FMX transmissions.
You know, I think it's a good trans too. It's just heavy. It's
just heavy.
Deal.
Yep.
I had a couple of those. I ended up selling them. Some guy, tripped over himself getting here to buy them, and I had them up cheap. I didn't plan on putting them in anything. I think I sold them for $150 a piece.
Oh man, yeah, you give them away.
It seems like I kept acquiring more of them. Well, I was selling them to the Cruise-O-Matic guys, the guys in the early '60s 2-speed stuff.
Right.
And they were buying them and replacing their 2-speeds with these FMXs.
So down here, the FMX, all dirt trackers down here use FMX transmissions.
That makes sense.
And around here, around here they like holding a wad of cash.
I'll be dang.
That's like the 9-inch rear end Ford rears around here. If you find one, it's gonna cost you $1,000 because all your dirt track buys the 9-inch rear ends up. Yep.
Yeah, they're almost throwing them away around here.
Oh man, Hmm.
Well, it depends on which ones you want. Small bearing, big bearing, truck, car. I mean,
Right.
what ones you're looking for. I bought the coveted 57, 58, 59 9-inchers. I can still find them from around 350 to $500.
Well, that's not bad.
That's
Here,
for the street rod applications,
well, see, there's so many people here that buys the junk around here, and once they get it, they think that they the only ones got what you need. So if you need that carburetor and a new carburetor, say a new carburetor is $300, well, they might have the same carburetor, even though it's been run on the car for 10 years. They want $250 for it versus $300 for a new one.
It's
See?
all wore out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Iron FMX. Yeah, I believe that. That flipping AOD is heavy too. Good Lord.
Yeah, it is.
Of course, none of them are as heavy as that stupid E4OD. I picked one of those up.
Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, dang, 76 pounds.
I'm throwing those all over the place around here.
Yeah.
Those aren't bad.
Yeah, they ain't too bad there. Them
What's the
C6 is
C16?
pretty heavy.
Yeah, what's the C16? Is it similar to the AOD? I know they're pretty damn heavy too.
Yeah, they're heavy. Well, you got a shaft in there about twice as big as the one in the C4.
Well, hey, that's what makes them indestructible. Just the rotating mass kind of kills the power.
Right. Right. Yeah, I think a C6 probably weighs close to 100 pounds, I imagine.
Well, he's saying an Iron FMX is 165. So I'm going to say it's probably 130.
100, yeah. Yeah.
120, 130 maybe.
Yeah.
I can kind of pick them up. I struggle. I'm getting older too, so I probably shouldn't be doing that. I cannot move that E4OD around. That thing's always, I'm kicking and shoving it around with a dolly.
Oh, yeah. I went out there.
My grand plan with that was I have a C6 obviously behind my 460. But I want to get some kind of an overdrive in there. I was going to do the gear vendors route, but holy cow, those are expensive.
Oh, yeah.
I can buy a standalone controller for that E4OD for about a third the price of the gear vendors. So
right.
My plan was to try to get my hands on one of those controllers and stuff that E4OD in there. Then I'll have
right. Yes.
That's what kills me with that truck and why I don't drive it as much is because I go out of town with it. I mean, I got dual tanks in that thing, and it'll clear off both tanks in a few hours.
Right,
it
right.
Burns right through the fuel. So
you probably
maybe overdrive would help. I don't know.
You probably get it around about 4 or 5 miles a gallon.
I think let's see, what am I calculated it the last time I drove it. It was around pretty close to 12 miles of the gallon. Pretty close. Like 11 and a half, 11 3/4. It does pretty good for what it is. But then again, it makes a pile of torque, so I'm hardly in the throttle. See?
Right.
So I think that helps out a lot. But I get on the freeway, I'm spinning 25 to 3,000 RPM keeping up with traffic.
Right.
Chewing the fuel up.
What size gears you got in the rear end of it?
3 1/4. 325s. I think they're 325s. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're 325s. And I got a 31 1050 I run on it. 2-wheel drive. 3110s all the way around. So they're about as big a tire as you can get in there in a 2-wheel drive and not rub and hit and everything else.
Right.
I could drop to a 3-to-1, but then I don't want to do that. You know what? I take that back. I think there's 350s in the back of that one. My other truck, I think, has the 325s.
It might be better to change your gear out in the back.
Oh, man. I like passing people on the on-ramp with a loaded trailer. It's great. It does it like nobody's business.
Some of them Ford trucks, all they did was drink gas.
Yeah.
But then you'd meet somebody with the same model truck with the same everything. They'd be talking like, oh, this thing gets about 25 miles a gallon. I'm like, I'll be over there thinking, man, I don't know what you're talking.
Was that downhill ignition off or what?
Yeah, that's it.
I've heard 460s getting worse mileage than what I'm getting, and they're newer trucks.
Oh yeah,
the 92, 93, 94s. You know, the 3/4 ton 4-wheel drives. I mean, you're lucky to get 4 or 5 of those stupid things.
My brother-in-law had a 93, 94, maybe 94. Had the 460, fuel injection, F250. He said he couldn't pass enough at gas stations.
Oh, yeah. Dual tanks is the world.
Yep.
Buying jack. Yeah. Well, I know they're sweating to get these stupid overdrives going because the CAFE standard was getting put into play, and they had to meet a certain EPA, or it was the CAFE standard, so it meant all the cars had to be all within under their set standard. And they were doing whatever they could to get any kind of mileage out of any of these vehicles.
Yeah. I wonder. I just wonder if they ever come out with. I know Ford's got that 10-speed transmission in the trucks.
Mm-hmm.
We drove a new 2023 F-150. It's nice. They nice. But it seems like to me the transmission didn't have enough of. It's like
it shifts so many times. It's weird.
Yeah, it's
Dad's 2019 twin turbo has a 10-speed in it. To me, it's weird because it doesn't feel
right. From 10 foot, and you are in 3rd gear. Another 20 foot, and you in 6th gear, and you be running down the road, and the speed limit be 35. And you look down there, you think, well, I'm only going 35. Look down there, you be running 75.
Yeah.
And he's in 9th gear, and you're like, what the crap?
And I don't know what it would take to try to run one of those in an older rig. What kind of a controller would be involved in that? You
literally would have to have the whole wiring assembly, the computer assembly, and all to be able to do it. Literally, you'd have to just basically pull the new cab off, put your old cab on where the new cab went.
That'd be probably the easiest way to do it. Yeah,
that would be the easiest way to do it. That would be the easiest way.
Well, I'll just move all the way over to the right and do my 55. Screw it.
Yeah, that's right. Oh. The AOD 351 Panthers were better on gas than the C5.
I believe that.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, and that was the big thing. I preached that is you start running the power down. You need to have the power to run the thing. And if you're running too little of power, you're in the accelerator way too much. It's killing the gas mileage.
Right.
So the more power you make, the less you're in the throttle. I mean,
and that's what happened to the 255s and the 302s in the first year of the first 80s. the last 70s and 80s. That's what killed the B8s right there for Ford Motor Company.
Yeah, they were going the wrong direction is what happened. It
Yep.
was going the totally wrong way. Well, okay, my 56 pickup, for example. I've got a 390 in it. It's got a mild custom cam in it, nothing crazy. And 350 rear end gear with a C6 between. I'll get on the freeway, and yeah, it's spinning pretty hard. If I'm doing 70, I think it's around $3,000, something like that. But I'm barely, my foot is just laying on the accelerator, and that's it. To
Oh, I
run
bet.
70, it's making that much power. I'm barely in the throttles. It gets 14 to 15 miles to the gallon.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a giant box going down the road because a 56 Ford is flat. There's no aerodynamics whatsoever.
Right.
And I think I calculated 14, almost 15 miles a gallon a couple times I went to the beach.
Oh,
That's pretty good
man.
for a 390 turning that kind of RPM.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So I'm a firm believer. You got to keep the power up to make it efficient. This cutting power and garbage that Ford was doing was wrong way.
You can take some heads that come off that Thunderbird. Literally, take them heads and flip the heads from the 60s I got. And you can take a set of E6, E7 heads and look at them. I really don't see how I had enough of power to even turn it over and run with them heads on.
Yeah, your car would have had the D9 casting heads, which are 69 cc heads. They're flipping huge.
Yep.
I mean, you might as well throw your cereal and milk in that thing and have breakfast. I mean, that's how big
Yep.
they are. Terrible.
Yep.
E7s would do you justice. Those, if you can get a set of the GT40s on there, even better.
Oh, yeah.
Either one of those two.
Yeah. Yeah, I was reading somewhere on heads and said the E7 heads that they was ported, they was just as good, if not better, than the GT40P heads.
Yeah, I don't know what the big deal with the P. They tried moving the spark plug location around and doing some other stuff, and it made more issues, I thought, than it was worth. I know they were trying to raise the ports to get a better stab at the air coming out, but then the manifolds were all different. You couldn't run the same exhaust headers or manifolds.
Yeah.
You're stuck to just that.
Right. Dean's right there. I should have just left the 351 Clevelands and the 400 4 barrels and everything.
Yep.
Yep, I agree with that.
Well, they even detoxed the Cleveland at its last year or two there.
Yeah.
Cleveland was the 4-barrel Cleveland was at 10.5 to 1.
Right. Right.
And it ran premium fuel. But I bet you anything, the gas mileage in that was probably way better than the 2-barrel version of it. That was detoxed.
Oh yeah. I had a model Torino 73, 74. It had a two barrel carburetor, two valve heads on it. That thing, 351 Cleveland, FMX. I think it had the FMX.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
it could
FMX.
Easily, yep.
That thing drank the gas. That thing loved gas. See, the station wagon back then got 16 to 18.
Now the 400, there's another engine that just, man, it came to the party way too late. I think there was miles of potential in that engine.
Yep.
Had it come out a little bit earlier.
Yep, me too.
It just came out at the wrong time and it got ignored and shoved underneath the carpet.
Yeah, well, see, I tell you what happened to the 400 and the 351Ms. You had all these farmers and all these country folks was used to driving them Ford trucks with that 302 in them.
Mhm.
Then they started chunking 390s, the 400s in them, the 351Ms, which the 351 came in the 80s, last 79, 80s. Well, you take somebody that's drove a small block 302, 10, 20 years without doing nothing to it, still taking it back and forth on Sunday,
Mhm.
driving to work all week. And then he goes and buys a big block 400 in the truck. That's what killed the 400. That's what killed the 400, the 351 modified.
Well, how many 400s actually made it into the trucks? 'Cause it seemed like they were mostly in cars.
Ah,
Because they kept running the FE stayed in the trucks till 76.
a
And
lot of
then
your
70, 78, 79 saw a lot of 400s.
right, 77, 78, 79 got all the 400s. I guess that's all that was left. And in 1980, they started chunking the 351 modifieds in them.
Well, they had the 351M in the earlier truck too. It was in 78 as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Last 83 truck, 136 horsepower. Gross.
Yep, yep, yep.
Garbage. Well, I'm sorry. The 351M was always a turd. I mean,
Yeah.
no matter what it was in, the car, truck didn't matter. That thing was a turd.
The worst thing about them 351 modifieds, somewhere it's changed to the 400 because the 400s were actually tough little engines. One thing about the 351 modifieds, they had trouble out of manifolds. You couldn't keep exhaust manifolds from leaking. The next thing happened, they had so much trouble out of the rear seal leaking oil.
Well, wasn't the M also the head cracking one? Always
Yep.
the heads. Yeah.
Yep, sure was. That's the reason why a lot of people didn't like the 400s because they done went through the 351 modifieds and they wouldn't even touch them. But they always saved that little 302 because it was so. Yeah, you take a 302, and I could probably drive it the rest of my life.
Yeah.
They're so desirable and reliable that it's hard to beat them.
It is.
It's hard to beat
351
them.
Windsor the same way.
Yeah. Yep. 82 400, 163 horsepower.
That seems
Yep.
important. Wonder what a 73 400 was putting out. That was the first year. No, 71. 71 the first year of the 400? Or 72?
Yeah, what year was for the last 351 Windsor?
Oh, geez. That would have been 96?
In the
97?
first year.
Oh,
First year. of Windsor.
69.
Yeah.
Yep, 69. But the 400 was like 71 or 72, I thought.
Yeah, I think that they came out with the 400s before they started chopping 302s in them trucks. It might be still have a chance that the 400 would last up to the 90s like the regular 302s are.
Well, being a long rod motor, it would have been cool to have, a little bit more presence of them.
Yeah.
You would have wanted to play them to build more torque engines with them,
Right.
Because a friend of mine and he ended up having a 78 short wide Ford four-wheeler, and it had a 400 in it. We yanked it out. What the hell did we do to that thing? We ended up putting 351 Cleveland pistons in it.
Right.
And it made the small end a full float. And by doing the 351 Cleveland pistons, we boosted the compression to like 9.5 to 1. and then ran a Crowler Baja Beast, which is like a 224 duration cam. Anyways, all said and done, this thing ran night and day difference. Night and day.
Oh yeah.
Four barrel intake, 4-barrel Holly on it, I think.
Right.
And man, what a difference. This thing could barely spin a tire on a wet pavement. Now it's leaving dual tracks, no problems.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, Dean said 72 was 178 horsepower.
Net. Yeah, net.
And then
Net rating.
260 got BHP gross.
See, look at that. It goes from 178 down to 163 and 82.
Yeah. It's just, they killed it.
Yeah. Well, cafe standards. They thought they knew what they were doing. And they were doing the wrong thing.
Yeah. And then
dumping compression wasn't the answer.
Yep. Yep.
And then they just had detonation problems at that point. And because instead of changing the head design, they were just dropping the piston further and further down in the cylinder bore, creating hot spots in the cylinder walls. And now we have detonation issues like the 460 suffered. Same thing.
Right.
Then it dropped each year to 80. Yep. Yeah, disgusting. God. If they would have had that engine out around the same time the 351 Windsor came out.
Oh, yeah.
I think what happened in the story I kind of heard was the Cleveland would never meet emission standards. So the 400 was created to replace the Cleveland and then be put into the trucks. It just never
really.
That That's the story I kind of got. Because the Cleveland, for whatever reason, by its design, would never pass emission standards.
Huh.
That's why the 400 was created. That's what I heard.
It might be true.
And then the M block was created because the FE was in that same situation where it would not pass emissions, and Ford had gotten away. They gotten around the emissions by altering the truck's gross vehicle weight, which is where you go from the 100 to the 150.
Right.
They were able to dodge it, but by 1977 or 78, one of those 2 years, the government finally caught up to them and says, hey, you're playing or you're not. And that's when the M block came in, because that's exactly when the FE was exited stage left.
Yeah.
That's the stories I got. I don't know. I can't say they're 100% true.
That's probably about right.
Because, man, I'll tell you, there's no reason to drop that FE block. That was a great engine.
It was. And even today's standard, that the FE motors are still one of the best engines Ford has ever produced.
Yeah, see, he's showing 256 gross. So I don't know, the difference between gross and net. I don't know how much. That might be a normal rating.
So what was the last year for the Cleveland?
73? 72 castings, but they might have ran them until 73, I thought. Dean might know better. I've got a Cleveland sitting out in the shop. I think it's a 73. Could be a 72. It's a 2-bolt main, 2-barrel, nothing crazy, just junk. I ended up I bought a trailer load of engines is what I bought, and that was one of the engines that was on it.
Oh.
That's the best way to buy stuff, man, is in bulk.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I think it was 7 or 8 engines and a couple of rear axles, 3 transmissions. Paid the guy $200.
Golly.
This was a few years ago, but one of the transmissions ended up being an early Bronco C4. Didn't have the transfer case on? No, it did not have a transfer case, but it was an early Bronco C4. So obviously that was the easiest one to sell. And I sold that transmission alone, and it paid for that entire trailer load.
Oh yeah.
So I lucked out pretty good with that one. 87 and 91 to pass missions, but not without extra. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. The 4-barrel. That California missions killed the 4-barrel version.
Yep.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
Stephen, you're not wrong there.
No. Thanks, California.
Yeah, they were already complaining about how wore out the tooling was, even in production.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. 74 built. Okay. Yep.
Yep.
That was
Yep.
close.
Because when I went and looked at the motor for the yellow truck, it was the guy had a Ranchero, and I guess it was a 73.
Mm-hmm.
They raised the hood and they had the 351 Cleveland in a C6 transmission. Was it C6? I think so, C6. And I thought, I don't want to go that route. And I told the guys I really want a Windsor engine, 302, 351. He says, I got one. He went over there, he says, the car belonged to his daddy or something. And there's the only thing wrong with it, the starter. So I brought it home, put a starter on it, poured gas in the cover, and that thing fired up and run like a sewing machine.
Was this the 351?
Yeah, 351.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yep. 38% drop in gross to net. See, that's a pretty good number.
It is.
Oh, he goes in sometimes 50%. Oh, yeah. Yep. Well,
Yeah.
taking the accessories into account, and if it had AC on it, you know.
Yeah, then went 20 horsepower.
Yeah. Well, none of those 6s were powerhouses, that's for sure.
No.
The 250 ran pretty good. The 300 had its torque, but the 240 was never nothing to shout about. And the 200, although it was dead reliable, was not a powerhouse.
Right. And I can't stand a 6-cylinder. If I'm driving, I drive one around town, that's fine. But if I take a trip that's 30 miles away, I will never leave that truck or car sitting there with that 6-cylinder, straight 6.
Because when you go listen to a hum the whole way there,
I can't stand it because it ain't got enough of power to pass nobody. I can't stand it. It's got the torque, but it does not have the power to.
Well, yeah, the bigger vehicles, it's not there.
That
little V6 I had in my Mustang too. It was pretty quick, but again, it had to have a manual behind it, and I did do a few things to it to make it run a little bit better. Put a bigger carburetor on it.
That's like that 2.8 I put in the 83 Mustang. Buddy done all the machine work onto it, and it was bad. It was bad little motor.
Oh, that is so sad. That's okay. You know what? Australia's Cleveland heads were way better than the crap we had anyways.
Oh, yeah.
They're 2-barrel. Well, they don't have 2-barrel, 4-barrel. They had just Cleveland Aussie heads, which essentially is the chamber of the 4-barrel, but the passages of a 2-barrel, if I remember right. I've got a set. I bought a set at a swap meet a few years back. Had this wild ambition of doing one of those fake bosses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to build. And then I started looking around at intakes. And boy, I like to fell out of the chair. I'm like, well, that's not going to happen.
It was fine as long as Blue Thunder was still in business. Once Blue Thunder closed up, oh my, prices took off.
Yep, they sure did.
Oh, they did refurbish the tooling?
I wonder who's got it now.
Oh, they said send it back to Australia. Well, they made Cleveland's for many more years.
Yeah, over in Australia. Some of their cars over there, like the Fairlanes, they made them up until the late 80s, early 90s.
I think it's still a nameplate, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yep.
Yep. So they run them over there, then they had the Mazda, I think it was a Mazda 626.
Did you even tell Rich he won? Isn't he the one that won something today?
Yeah, did Rich win something today? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, Rich, sent my email. Hold on, I'll punch it in.
He won this red one.
Yeah. Rich, send me your address. You won that one of the trucks. Yeah, you did. You won it,
Yeah,
buddy.
you won.
Yep, you sure did. You sure did, buddy.
Oh no, they buried under housing. Oh come on, jeez.
God. Well, time to go over there and move some houses.
Well, they're making some aftermarket Cleveland heads now that are actually pretty impressive. So
Yeah.
just now it's the question of how many blocks are out there that are salvageable still, that are, can be built.
Right.
But then again, there's that lowly 400 that everyone ignored.
Yep. Yep.
I want to build another one of those just to have, brag about. It was the one we built for my buddy. It was a good running truck. I mean, that was, like I said, a night and day difference.
Right. Yeah, I always liked the 351 Clevelands. I always liked them. The only thing I hated about them was the way the front of that motor was made. Put the timing chain. That's the only thing.
I'm not sure what prompted that kind of a design. I don't know what the point is or the benefit behind it.
I always thought that was so stupid.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they did that.
I hated that design. And if you're going to put a fuel pump on it, you might well just take the timing chain cover off to put your fuel pump in it. Because if not, you're going to be there for 3 hours.
I didn't think it was that bad. It definitely tests your patience.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Chevrolet's had that little rod slide up and down.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, yeah.
I conquered that. With the little rod kept on falling. I could put one of them together blindfolded.
One, yeah, that little access hole. Is that what
Yeah,
talking about?
yeah.
Designed and acted as. Oh, okay. Still, timing chain doesn't need a roof over its head.
Right.
And I always thought the Cleveland was heavier than the Windsor. Was it? I don't know. I've never weighed them, but to me, it just seemed like the Cleveland was.
I think that was heavier because the heads was wider. on a Cleveland.
Share this. What was shared with them? That roof? 'Cause I don't remember the V6. Oh, the S6. I don't know about the S6. I only know the clones. So the 3.8 had the timing chain in the similar situation. I don't know nothing about them.
Yeah, 17 pounds more.
That ain't nothing. Well, I mean, it's something, but
Until you pull it out.
yeah, it definitely was beefier.
Yeah.
That's why I always thought it was heavier, because I mean, it looked heavier. I never
Right.
actually weighed them. But 17 pounds, I mean, 17 pounds, 17 pounds. Still, I would have thought it was more than that. That's amazing.
Right. Yeah, I figured he'd be about 35, 40 pounds more.
Well, that's why I hung on to this Cleveland, because I've never built a Cleveland. I built that 400, but I've never actually built myself a Cleveland. So one day I wanted to do that, just to say I done it. Okay.
I like the Cleveland. I like the Clevelands.
They were just so expensive. That's you know.
And aftermarket parts, the intakes is so high for them.
I mean, they've gotten better in recent years as prices come down, but
yeah.
At the same time, I was young with no money, so the Windsors were always caught my attention. It was so much cheaper to me.
Right,
never
because
bothered
you
with
buy one $200, chunk it up and go down the road. And a lot of times back then, if you did find an intake for a Windsor, you can find them on every street corner.
Yeah, you still
For
can.
$100,
Not as cheap anymore.
No. I don't think nothing cheap anymore.
No, my days of finding headers and crap for under $100 at the swap meet are, I think they've run their course.
Yeah.
Used to be able to just load up the wagon full of that crap.
Yeah. It's been about a couple of weeks ago. I seen a set of headers on Marketplace for $25. It would have took us about 40 minutes to get there, and I'm thinking, well, I'll just buy them. That sounds good to me. And as soon as I hit that send button, the guy said I done sold them. I'm thinking, imagine so for $25.
You know, somebody else saw that ad.
Oh yeah. I was like, golly.
Wow, the Aussie.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I didn't live over there pulling them 351s out.
I didn't think the Aussie was that much. Let's see, a Boss 351 was 569 pounds. So, okay, if the Australian 351 Cleveland was 719, what was a U.S. Cleveland? Right, Steven? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
You may see my hordes in my videos. It'll probably be in the background. I was stockpiling this trash like it was worth millions at the time.
I stockpiled a bunch of this stuff back in the early 90s. Then I got rid of all of it.
560. Why are the Aussie ones so heavy? That's crazy.
They must have
that's like in the zone of the 385 series.
Right. They must have cast iron.
Well, foot thick cylinder walls or something.
Yeah.
But then again, I never thought the Cleveland was that light. Now I got to rethink my thinking. Rethink my thinking.
Right.
I've got a 72 Comet GT that I was debating on putting the Cleveland in, but thinking that, well, that Cleveland's kind of wide and kind of heavy, but obviously it's not heavy. Not from what Dean's saying.
They use the matrix system. I didn't think it'd be that much difference in them.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. Filling the blocks full of concrete. Is that what they're doing?
Gotta be. You always wanted one of them Fairlanes from over there.
What, the Falcons or the Fairlanes?
The Fairlanes from over there in Australia. You know, they made them up until the late 80s or early 90s.
I'm trying to remember what the Fairlane looked like. I know they got boxy into the 80s.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Ford made a car for
32
4
Victoria.
years.
Nice.
The Ford 500. That was supposed to have been the Fairlane name, bring it back over here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that didn't work out, so just they called it Ford 500. Then Ford came out with the Flex, and it was supposed to have been called the Fairlane. Now, if you look at the Flex and look at the taillights, and pick a taillight of a 66, 67 Fairlane, you can tell the resemblance in the taillights.
I'll have to look at the back end of one of those. I never even bothered to look or relate that. To come say, yeah,
Oh, the
100 pounds, yeah.
Yeah, the Compton.
They were heavier than the Yorks. Hell, I thought the York was extremely heavy.
I did too. And I've got an AC pump, an air conditioning compressor out there off that Thunderbird out there. It feels like it weighs about 100 pounds.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I'm looking at pictures of the Flexes right now.
Yeah, look at the tail lights.
I see what you mean.
You see, Ford, like they done the Mustangs, but if they would have carried the Mustang back to the looks of the 68, 69, 70, man, they would have sold a lot more than they ever sold now.
Well, they kind of did with the 05.
Yeah.
04,
Yeah.
05? Was it 04?
Yeah, 05, 08. Oh, yeah, 05 to 08. Yeah, they look good.
Yeah, my mom, she bought one of those. That was supposed to be her last car, but obviously it didn't last very long. But I can see a lot of the same cues in that 05 as the 65. I mean, it wasn't exact, but it was close.
Oh, yeah. The dash, even though it was modernized, that whole dash looked just like you're sitting in a 65, 66 model.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the quarters in the top was, whoever designed that car really designed it.
Mm-hmm.
They really went out of the ballpark on it.
I don't know if I'd want a modernized Fairlane though, because Fairlane should be left as it was.
Yeah, they need to come back with the same body style, same way it was on the inside, and then bring them out.
I wish.
Yeah.
66 and 7 were my favorites.
Yeah. I like the 66, 67s, but I also like the 68 through the 70s.
Yeah, the Torino chassis.
Yep. Yep.
Mhm.
Because you can have a lot of fun with them.
Well, a little bit wider engine bay, a little bit more room. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. The earlier ones, I do like a 63.
Yep.
64s aren't bad. 63
And
because it has the fins, and
what,
the 63 to me looked like a miniature Galaxy. That's kind of why I liked it.
yep, me too. What was that Fairlane that had the early mid 50s when it first came out?
That had what, like the retractable top?
Retractable top.
Yep, that was in 57.
Yeah,
57,
I like
58,
those.
59.
Yep, I like those too.
They're, I don't know, they're kind of weird because it's a business coupe length roof with this ginormous trunk, which is
Yeah.
what the roof can do. They look
Yeah.
a little goofy with a top on,
Yep.
but it's cool to watch them work. I always
Oh
think they're
yeah.
neat to watch.
And that was it Mercury made the 58? No, Ford made it. It was I was just looking at them last night. Oh,
You said Ford
it
made
was,
it in 58.
yeah, 58. It was almost like the Fairlane, but they had a big old oval grill in the front of it. People didn't like.
Oh, you're talking about an Edsel.
And so,
That was
yeah,
a whole car company of its own. Yeah. Weird
yeah,
body. Yeah, weird body dysmorphic. Yep, yep.
I liked. A lot of people don't like them. If I had one, I'd drive it every day.
58 is the only year. I don't care what they did. I don't care for what they did with it in 59, 60, 61. I
Yep,
don't care for the front. 58, yes.
I think they are sharp.
Jeez, there was a wrecking yard here that had 8 or 10 of them things. 58.
Yeah,
Yeah. He was closing
yeah.
up.
Holy cow. Mm. Mm.
Yeah, this guy had a collection. He'd started collecting them back in the late 60s, early 70s. Wasn't open to the public. It was just his own personal collection, and he had thousands of cars on his property. I don't know if he's got a website or not. The name of the place is Key Motors, but it's pretty well cleaned out now. There's not much left. I know he started crushing a lot of stuff too, because he's up there in age. He's probably in his mid 80s.
Oh man.
Super nice guy, but yeah, he had quite the collection.
Mm.
It was really unique because the place that the business was at was actually an old brick factory. It was in the family. Or
Right.
maybe he bought it that way. Anyways, the way it was set up is this brick factory had all this shelving, and we're talking like, I don't know, 3-foot timbers or whatever, but there were shelves that were that like 4 inches or so thick. It basically looked like a giant Hot Wheels box, is what it looked like, because he was stacking these cars on these shelves like this, all the way up and down, and the shelves had real thick, bases to them because it was holding brick at one time. So when you walk into this storage area or this open area of the main part of the building, the cars were literally stacked in there like those. I don't know if you had the Hot Wheels box where you stacked your cars up and then you closed the box up. That's how
Right.
he looked, all stacked up in there. I was like, wow, that's really crazy.
Mm.
He had a 47 business coupe. I think 2 tiers up. I had to grab one of the extension ladders and crawl up there to go look at it.
Golly.
And he had a bunch of shoebox Fords and had a few Camaros, all kinds of stuff. He wasn't partial to any one thing.
Yeah.
It was a neat place to see it. Something I hadn't seen in a long time. When I was a kid, places like that were everywhere.
Right.
But shoot, this was, how long ago was this? This was probably 8-10 years ago, something like that.
Oh man.
I don't know what's left of it.
Yeah, I wish I could go back in time and buy some kind of big old piece of property and build a big old underground store about 500,000 cars in there.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda if you only known.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I like the 63, 64 Fairlane too. The 60 and 61, they was, to me, was too plain.
They
They
made a
was like,
Starliner, I think it was in 60 or 61. The Starliner was pretty cool.
yeah,
But yeah, the Fairlane, I didn't really. Well, the Fairlane started in 62.
right.
If I remember right.
Yeah, 60.
Yeah, I think it was 62.
Yeah, 62. Yeah.
The new chassis Fairlane is what I should say. The not Galaxy, not
Yeah.
mid-sized car. The new little Fairlane, the intermediate chassis, that was in 62.
Yeah, and a lot of people get the Galaxies mixed up with a Fairlane. And I've seen this 100 million times, a list of ad, and then, oh, that's a Fairlane. I'm calling about it. And then you drive freaking 30, 40 miles and pull up, and it's a Galaxy. And you'd be like, hey, get in reverse and go to that.
63. Hardcoat. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, they just bought what. There was a few guys that went to the Ford, bought what was fast in the showroom floor, and took it to the track back then.
Right.
It wasn't purpose race built. It was a freaking Galaxy with Ford's fastest running engine, is what it was.
That's it.
I stuck a badge on the side of it and said, "Go race it."
That's it.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff now is there's purpose built cars being sold.
Right. Exactly right. Yeah, I hear stories about where they walked on the showroom floor and bought a car, and that Friday night it'd be out in the drag strip.
Well, race on Sunday, sell on Monday, right?
Yeah, that's right.
69 Galaxy Customs. Ooh.
Holy cow.
Good Lord. Do you need a new family member?
Yeah. Hey, brother, how you doing? I put my long brother on here.
Can I be your son? Will you adopt me?
Oh.
Yeah, Thunderbolt was a cool car. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
I always wanted, what is that, the 64 Thunderbolt?
Yep.
I always wanted to build, yeah, I always wanted to build me one of them.
Oh, yeah.
420, was it 428 side oiler?
427. Yep.
Yeah.
The cammer and the side oiler.
Yeah.
Well, the side oiler was only created because the thing by original design would starve itself.
Yeah.
But the camera, and the camera is basically what the mod motors are built from.
Right.
Top the shelf.
So
Yeah.
dang the best.
Yeah, the camera engine. And what's funny? I know they underrated that camera engine. I know they did. They had to.
Oh yeah.
There was so much more potential. You
Oh,
saw
yeah.
more. They had the 4-barrel rating. They had the dual 4. And I don't think they have another rating other than that one. It just seemed like the more carburation you threw on it, the more power it made.
Right.
I thought there was 3 different ratings they had. I'm trying to remember if it was a tri-power, dual quad to single quad? I don't remember though.
I found a 427 side order here a while back, and it stayed on there for sale, Lord knows how long. And my brother-in-law was gonna go get it. And when we was gonna take off to go get it, I looked on there and it was gone.
If it's reasonable and it's for sale, you buy it. You don't hesitate.
Yep.
But you got to keep in mind it's just as expensive to build it too.
Oh yeah.
$1,200. They didn't know what they had. Oh
No,
my.
it sure didn't. Sure didn't.
I'm sure you were stumbling all the way to the bank to grab that cash.
Yeah. Yeah, wife, when we bought that pickup truck, that 79, I was looking for a Mustang, and that truck just fell and all that.
Well, you made a few bucks on the truck though, didn't you?
Oh yeah, yeah, we got a good deal on that truck, and we tried to get it cheaper, and he wouldn't come off of it. He says, he looked at it, he says, if y'all drive this thing down the road, y'all gonna buy it. I'm like, oh, okay. Like that. Okay. We didn't go down the road a half a mile. I turned around, looked at the wife, I said, we buying it.
He knew.
Yep.
There will always be Mustangs. You'll never run out of Mustang supply.
Oh no.
I got 2 and 266s hidden in the backyard too.
Really? A buddy of mine's got a 65, and then he's got a 66.
But keep in mind, this is 20 years of me collecting this crap. It's not like I just bought all this stuff yesterday. I've been hoarding this garbage for the 20 years I've lived here.
Holy cow.
And some of it finds its way to me. Like I already had the 166 Mustang, which was supposed to be my ex-wife's car. I kept the car, got rid of her. Good trade. I ended up giving it to the daughter, but I don't think she's that much interested in it. Maybe, I don't know. I didn't get much positive feedback last time we talked about it. And then I ended up with the second one because a friend of mine had owned it, and he moved away and left it in his parents' garage. Well, the parents wanted it gone. He didn't have any interest in it, and I really didn't want another car. So I gave her this disgustingly stupid, low, insulting offer, hoping that she would just put it in the paper and sell it that way, or list it however and get rid of it. But she turned around, looked at me, and goes, "I'll take it." I'm like, what? I said, "No, seriously, you can get way more for this thing." She goes, "Nope, I don't want to deal with it. You take it with you. I'll take your offer." And
Wow.
All right, I guess I'm dragging it home.
Wow.
Which was kind of, it's the story of the car has a little bit of history because my dad used to work on a lot of the city employees' rigs, the personal rigs.
Right.
And this particular gentleman owned 3 of these Mustangs. Both of his boys had one, and his wife had another, a V8 3-speed car. And the boys had the 2 6-cylinder cars. This yellow one I picked up was one of those 3 cars.
Oh.
It's been a car my dad had been maintaining for a long time, and then my buddy bought it from the guy that my dad was working on it for, and he tore it all apart and threw it in his garage. So now I came full circle around, and now I have it.
Wow.
Just crazy.
He came back home, didn't he?
Well, more or less, I guess. I mean, I was just a little kid when he was working on that thing, so.
Wow.
Kind of cool.
Wow.
That's why I haven't gotten rid of it yet. It's got a little story to it, so.
Yeah, a buddy of mine's got a 66. He bought it for his son
Hmm.
to fix up, and it's still just sitting there. And he's got a 64 and a half. It's pretty decent little car. He drives it every now and then.
Hmm.
And that's his pride and joy.
They're
I
great.
said,
cars.
I was on one of these days, I said, you're going to send me that other one.
Hey, everything's always for sale for the right price.
Yep. That's right. I got a little Jew in me. I like to get them as cheap as possible.
As a buyer, cheap's always better.
Yeah, that's it. That is it.
Silent shaft Hemi in the K car and Plymouth. Really? I didn't know. I don't know nothing about those things. That's a whole nother world never not investigated.
Right. Well, I guess I'm piecing had to call it a night, Ollie.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pack it up too. Bedtime is approaching fast.
I didn't know it was 1 o'clock.
Oh, what? Not that late here yet.
we
Getting close.
can back the clock up another hour.
I gotta be up at 5 a.m. So it's
Ooh.
only 11 now.
Oh man.
I'm usually up this late because I didn't go to my mom's like I usually do to go work on her stuff over there. So I
Right.
was actually home and I didn't even know you were doing this live. I was actually jumped into my email to send. What the hell was I doing? I was getting somebody's address to send them some stickers. And I seen that you'd sent me something because for whatever reason my Gmail doesn't work on my phone. Half the time I don't see anyone's emails till I get home. And then I had seen you had the link to the live. I went, oh hell, while I'm here, I'll jump in. Why not?
That's right.
So, yeah. I was supposed to be out in the shop working, but I didn't make it out there tonight. Not breaking my heart too much.
It's time to take a break every now and then.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought. I just need to maybe take a night off. Hit it hard tomorrow.
Yeah, I could have finished that car today with all the brakes on it, and it's one of those days I didn't feel like really doing anything.
all your get up and go already got up and went.
Yeah, that's it. That's it right there.
Well, I'm trying to get it because I want to get internet to my shop. So I got a little deal that's supposed to expand the frequency or something.
Right.
I'm redoing. I got the walls of the shop opened up. I'm running power because I got to put it up high, and I don't want to run an extension cord down or trying to get a little fancy. I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Plus, run the internet and the cable and the phone down that wall because I had it all spooled up next to the door for like 15 years. I figure I probably should run that down the wall.
Oh yeah.
It's sitting on a piece of copper pipe on 2 jack stands on its spools. It's sat there for like almost 10 years. Getting right on things, you know.
Oh man.
So yeah, I figured I probably need to do this stuff.
Oh, you got some nice cars, Ollie. So do.
You know, like I said, I've just been collecting them when I can afford them. I
see
them up, buy it, shove it in the corner. All these years, I've never been able to afford to build any of them, but I knew if I bought them when I bought them, I could afford to do them later. You know.
Right.
It's just one of those things.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Of course, I would go without food. I wore crappy clothes, and because I wanted the money to buy the cars.
Yeah.
And every vehicle I drove was a spotted cow or multicolored because I didn't care.
Wow.
My 03 has been the nicest thing I've owned, really.
My wife says you're the younger version of me.
Probably so.
Oh.
Priorities, right? Priorities.
Hey, let me tell you, if I had 10 acres of land.
Oh, no. Yeah.
I wouldn't have 1 foot of it.
And in just 2 months, I'd probably have 1,000 cars.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, what's crazy is right now, I don't know if it's because of the way the economy's going or the markets are going. I'm seeing a lot of deals right now, and it's tempting to stack these things up, but I have nowhere to put them.
Oh, I
That's a
know.
10-acre idea.
I've been watching the prices down here starting to go down and down and down, and I'm thinking, I should have waited. Maybe I could have bought me a Mustang, but you never know. It was just so high. God, so high here.
Yeah, the newest one I've owned was 10 years old when I bought it. That was my 03. That was the newest thing I've ever owned.
Wow.
And let me tell you, at 10 years old, they're really inexpensive.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're a bargain. Somebody else paid all that down.
Right. Yeah, if I had a place sure enough stack them up, buddy, I'd stack them.
I'm only on 1/3 of an acre, so I don't have a whole lot of room. But I think I got 17 rigs stuffed here.
Ooh, that's about what we own, ain't it? No,
Almost.
Yeah,
we almost an acre.
Yeah, see? Acre would have been nice. It would have given me room to move. Right now, it's like in a Rubik's Cube. If I need to get to my shop, I got to do this in order to get a car into the shop.
Yeah. That's the way our front yard is. Actually, her car is parked beside the Thunderbird. Then I got 2 other cars parked in front of them. So maybe you could probably get 2 more cars in the driveway.
Well, I'm fortunate enough that all of my yard is behind my house. I've got a small front yard. So I try to keep everything back behind the gates, and nobody knows what's back there.
Right.
I drive down the street, and all you see is my couple of my trucks in the driveway. That's it.
Right.
So when somebody comes by, they're always mind blown at all the crap I've got hold up back there.
Yeah, stick everything in the backyard.
I even thought about getting a hold of the neighbor's yard if he ever moves out, try to buy it, then just cut my fence over to grab the little bit more space out of his yard.
Yeah.
And I'll rent out the house.
Yeah. Yeah.
Expand my storage.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, she said we had to be kin.
Probably so.
I'd stack them. Yeah, I stack them so bad you couldn't even walk around them.
Well, you got to stack them so you don't damage them. So you got to build these A-frames or something to, over under,
Yeah.
Get creative.
Oh. I had it so bad when I was 17, 18, around there. We lived in the city. The city we lived in was a pain in the backside.
Mm.
If you got over 3 cars in your yard, somebody was calling the city talking about how you got 3 cars in your yard. At one time, I had 17 cars in my mom and them's yard. And the city sent me a letter instead of them a letter. And I had to get rid of all my collection.
Oh, jeez.
I was mad as a hornet.
Pretty much here, as long as unless your neighbors have a reason to call in, they don't usually mess with you. And I'm on pretty good terms with most of my neighbors, so
Right.
I'm basically in the city. I'm
Right.
not in the city limits, but at the city limits, I could throw a stone to. I'm close enough.
Right.
Which, of course, it wasn't like that 10, 15 years ago, but it is now.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't afford to move out any further. I'd love to.
Yeah, the further you go out in the country, the higher the land is.
I mean, I had an opportunity and I tried, but it didn't quite work out. And man, now it's gotten out of touch.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Someday, maybe.
Yep. Yeah, we bought this thing a wide trailer and just pay cash for it, and it ain't the prettiest thing, but we don't owe nothing,
Well, that's the biggest thing.
and then a couple of years we'll buy us a house.
Well,
That's
you
it.
know, when I bought this place, I mean, the housing was still reasonable. You know, I think I paid $130 for this place. You know, that was 20 some odd years ago. Now
Right,
it's triple that. Honestly, I couldn't afford to buy this place I'm sitting in right now.
right.
No way. There's just no way.
Oh, it's so high here. It's rent. It's Scumville. Meth Alley is $1,000 a month,
Jeez.
and that's
You wouldn't
in.
want to know what it is out here. Californians have come up here and ruined it.
Oh man,
Because it used to be, fairly reasonable.
right,
But not anymore. Now, if you go Eastern Washington out to where it's a little more sparse, there's not as many people, population centers are smaller, you can find stuff that's more reasonable. But then it's a little tougher getting work. That's the problem.
oh
So, I don't know. Need to get rich on YouTube or something.
yeah,
I'll
yeah,
pack all this crap up and leave.
yeah, yeah. Yes, this is crazy. Well,
When I was stationed in Albuquerque, I was thinking of where I wanted to go when I got out. My parents lived up here, but I always kind of knew there was one heck of a car following on the East Coast. And one of the places I looked at moving way back when was Tennessee. And I didn't really realize I should have turned right instead of left at Albuquerque. I'll just put it like that. That's what they would
wow,
probably say. But I ended up coming up here. But at the time we came up here was just the right time I could still afford to buy something.
right, right,
The car culture up here isn't nearly as good as I think it would have been down there.
right,
I think
right.
I would have had a much better time down there than it was great up here for a while, but they're just starting to ruin it now.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's California so messed up. It ain't funny out there.
Now,
It,
well,
it
they're coming
ain't-
up here with their money and running all our prices up and buying all
Yep.
our crap, and yeah, it's
Yeah. Well, I'm fixing to have to end this. My boss lady says it's time to hit the hay.
get off there now.
Yeah.
4 hours, get out of there. Well, thanks for having me on. Shoot,
I enjoyed it.
I honestly was just gonna bounce in and say hi and bounce out, and well, here I am.
Yeah. We enjoyed it. So have.
Tell them check my channel out.
Yeah. My wife said head over to her channel and give her a sub.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, we
You got a link up there real quick, or
how you do it? Hey,
I can find it too.
it's if you go to mine, her channel's the first one of this is on the channel. I'll spell it different. I put the southern slang in it.
Let me see if I can get it on there. Hold on. Hold on just a second.
Yeah, you're right about that, Dean. That's
Yeah,
even
that's
though
right.
I've never really met anyone that was a big dick. They're mostly pretty cool guys.
Oh yeah.
Matter of fact, I haven't met an old guy yet that hasn't enjoyed telling me his stories.
Oh yeah.
Let's go to the about.
Yeah.
Get to that one.
Appreciate Stephen coming in. Sure enjoyed it.
I know she commented here somewhere. Did you post it up or? I think
Yeah,
I
let
saw
me-
it. There it is, right here.
Got
Do I
it.
know it?
Did you find it?
There it is.
Yeah, there you go.
Dong. There we go.
Yeah, sure have enjoyed it, Ollie.
Yeah, I had a great time, man. It's been
Oh
fun.
yeah, I did too. Man, I wish we was closer.
Oh man, it seems like that with all the YouTuber crowd.
Yeah, everybody's 10 hours, 12 hours, or 18 hours away.
Bryce is in Arizona. You're in Alabama, and it's like, oh man.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like to go out and meet Bice. He's a good guy. I've been watching his channel since his second video.
Who's this?
Bice, Spider Garage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's actually coming up here at the end of the month to pick up a car and drive back with his buddy.
Really?
Yeah, they're gonna tow it back to Arizona. He's gonna have a whole live video on. You'll have to catch it. But,
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna see if I could. I don't know if I could sneak out of work, but I'm gonna try and see if I can go down and see him. He'll be 4 hours away when he comes up at the end of the month.
Wow.
But then he told me he might be closer later on, so I might just wait too. But
Right.
Bear Rose is only a couple hours from me.
Wow.
Well, maybe 4 hours from me. He might be 4 hours from me. He's a
Bear
nice,
Rose.
just Barrow's Garage. Kim.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
He is. He's a real good guy. I like Barrows.
So eventually, I want to get over that way and see him. So there's a few
Man,
guys
you
I
gotta-
want to get out and see.
You ought to come to No Name Nationals this year.
I'm thinking about it. I'm gonna have to fly. There's no way I'm gonna drive out there. Shoot, that's a long drive. But
Yeah, fly.
maybe. If he had the No Name during the summer, it would be a lot easier because it's just me and the daughter, and she's going to be back into school again. So it's kind of hard
Right.
for me to take off. But during the summer, she goes and spends the summer with her mom up north. So
Right.
easier for me to get away during the summer.
Right.
So I
Right.
don't know. I might try and work something out. It'd be fun just to go and fraternize with everyone.
Oh yeah, definitely. Sure would. Shoot, yeah. We're gonna be there. We're gonna be there with a car or not. One or two. We're gonna be there.
Well, hopefully with a car.
Yep.
Ford
Well, let
is
me get-
showing.
Right. Let me get on out of here because I've got to get up in the morning and run some tires, have some air put in the tires, and come back and finish the brakes. And you got to get the seat stuff back in the car before it rains.
There you go.
And I got to clean the front yard up because it looks like a garage.
Well,
Unkept.
Huh?
Unkept garage. In
Yeah,
the yard.
unkept garage.
it's kept. It's just kept spaced out a little. That's all.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Appreciate it, Ollie. And I'll catch you on the next one.
Sounds good. You have a good one.
You too, buddy.
Night, everyone.